is proof that nothing is impossible. Each of us has their own destiny, and mine was to become the face of amped football. My hope is that I have been noticed today by millions of people around the world, and it inspired them to rise up. I have risen up, and we will all fight to the end.
The winning goal was scored during a match of Polish Amp Football League. Alexei beat nominees like Dimitri Payet and Richarlison to the trophy. Nothing is impossible, and dreams come true. Though it may seem naive, stories like this one help us believe in the power of the indomitable human spirit.
Alexei, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
The strangest winter, that's how many Americans are describing the weather conditions currently happening across the United States. Tornadoes, blizzards and dust storms have knocked out power in thousands of households. Here's a report.
The video footage showed dust storm in the northwest Texas in the United States. Orange haze has covered the sky and the visibility was limited in the area. Meanwhile, Oklahoma has suffered from a tornado that destroyed residential areas in the city of Norman, ripping off roofs and injuring at least 12 people. Local authorities are still assessing the damage. A strong blizzard hit Nevada on Monday, causing major transport disruptions. The snowstorm is expected to last until Wednesday, and local authorities are advising residents of the area to avoid unnecessary travel until the beginning of March.
Turkey is still dealing with the aftermath of the earthquakes that struck the country in early February. As aid for the affected areas continues to flow in from all over the globe, a deeply moving scene recently took place at a football match in Istanbul. More in this story.
In the wake of the devastating earthquakes that left thousands dead, Turkey has seen an outpouring of support from all over the world. But the latest show of love took place here at the Istanbul Stadium. Thousands of toys, plushies, blankets, and scarves rained down onto the field as the match hit the 4-minute and 17-second mark, a reference to the hour that the first deadly quakes began. The toys collected at the game between Besiktas and Antalyaspor are meant for children from the hardest-hit regions of Turkey. The game was promptly resumed after a few minutes of cleanup.
The AI revolution is coming, and it's closer than you might think. Today, Warsaw is celebrating the arrival of a special guest, one who might be able to answer pretty much any question it gets. Reporter Aleksandra Marchewicz reveals its identity in this special report.
Can robots match humans in terms of intelligence? The Copernicus Science Center proves that it might be possible in future. The 550th anniversary of Nicholas Copernicus' birth was a great opportunity to test this possibility. We are currently in Copernicus Science Center in Warsaw, in heart of Warsaw, and I am today joined with a special guest, Nicholas Copernicus himself, or at least the artificial intelligence robot, the first astronomer intelligence robot that is in the world. He actually is quite tall, as you can see, 190 centimeters tall. He weighs at least 100 kilograms, although he doesn't look like it. And according to recent data as artificial intelligence, we can ask him any question and he will answer it. Now let's try. Copernicus, how did you manage to get to know the fact that the Earth revolves around the sun?
By studying the motion of the planets and stars, I came to understand that the sun was at the center, not the Earth. It took a lot of observation, math and calculations to prove this concept.
This robot was designed not only to speak in various languages, but also to imitate breathing and human gestures. This latest development in science was used to commemorate a turning point in astronomy, the discovery made by Nicholas Copernicus 480 years ago. Nicholas Copernicus was a Polish mathematician and astronomer. He's considered one of the fathers of astronomy, as he created the heliocentric theory, the fact that Earth revolves around the sun as such. Here in the Science Center of Copernicus, the scientists, both scientists and visitors, celebrate the 550th anniversary of birthday of Nicholas Copernicus in an unusual way. From Warsaw, Aleksandra Marchewicz, TVP World.
Impressive, isn't it? And that's all for now. Thank you for watching, and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
Боль в серці. Більш нічого не можу сказати. Золота дитина була у нас. Золота. Нічого я не можу сказати більше, вибачте. Самое печальное то, что торгуя живыми цветами, хочется их продавать по хорошему поводу и по праздничным мероприятиям, но чаще всего приходится доставать черную ленту и оформлять похоронные букеты. И, к сожалению, для наших военных все. Он всегда мне говорил еще в 2014 году, что Леха, если бы не мы, то они бы уже давно забрали все. И вот как раз началась война, и я эти слова не раз вспоминал, не раз. Все хорошо, я всех вас люблю.
Well, good evening and welcome back to TVP World. We turn our attention now to the Ukraine, where 5 days past the one-year mark of the war in Ukraine. The fiercest fighting still remains in the town of Bakhmut, with neither side willing to back down. However, there is an opportunity for the Ukrainians to launch a counteroffensive in Zaporizhia. Meanwhile, the German Bild is reporting on a possible ultimatum given to Zelensky by the U.S. and Germany. Here to discuss these matters and more is Jacek Raubo, a security expert. Mr. Raubo, as always, thanks very much for joining us.
And as always, thank you for the invitation.
All right, and I just wanted to start right away. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this, but there's been a leak. The German Bild has leaked the fact that perhaps the Germans and the Americans have given an ultimatum to Mr. Zelensky. They've given him until the fall, the autumn of this year, 2023, to gain back whatever land that was lost, and then he has to sit down at the table. Have you heard of this?
Yeah, I read about this situation, but I'm very careful with this type of leaks because we need to accept that it might be true because of this political support from US and Germany and other states. But from the other hand, we need to accept that might be the part of disinformation against Russian side because for them is a very comfortable leak for this type of Russian pressure on West. This is a very optimistic sign that we are losing a ground and perhaps we will persuade on Ukraine side some kind of a negotiations during this year. So first of all, I think we need to be always very skeptical, always we need to be careful, but we need to accept that a very large various scenarios can be affected by this type of leak. Every time when I hear that some governmental people are sharing some info, strategic info with newspapers, and then we have this big storm. I know that this is, of course, a very important message, but from the other hand, there is a background of that.
That's right. And so the message would be, I guess, that would be moved to Vladimir Putin for him just to sort of back down, wait in the sidelines. Would that be the purpose of it? So that he waits
to create some kind of a comfortable situation for Kremlin rulers to not move the forces rapidly. So perhaps, this is of course my hypothesis right now, it might be the step for camouflaging some Ukrainian moves. Because when Russia will feel that they are comfortable with that type of pressure on the Ukrainian side, and Westerners are losing their comfort in supporting Ukraine, it might be a kind of action against this operation of Russian forces, but in info domain.
There you go. And also, could that also be a message to the Chinese?
I think, yeah, it might be the part of this one of hypotheses we can put right now on the table, because we know that US is trying, and also other states are trying to stop any kind of bigger moves from China to support Russian armed forces and Russian industry complex for armed forces. So it might be the sign that Westerners are trying to finish this conflict during this year. So China, please do not fully engage in this full-scale warfare with your resources.
That's right. This will be over soon. Don't get involved.
Yeah, it might be the part of this hypothesis, but truly, I think this is a kind of an info domain warfare, and we need to accept that so many leaks being sent to us from the February 2022, but also before that. I think we have right now a great lessons learned storages, and we need to accept that type of informations can be also used to create disinformation, misinformation, or some information environment dedicated to other moves, other steps inside diplomatic relations or inside even military operations.
Yep. I just a quick question. I don't want to concentrate too much on this, but overall, if this keeps going, and Ukraine keeps fighting back, is a weak Russia, is that good for the world? Just a quick question.
But not so quick and not so small answer for that, because this is a largely complicated and sophisticated case. How we would like to see Russia in this connection with West. I think first of all, we need to create a kind of erosion of Russian capabilities in military affairs. So without this strength, which is dedicated to be more aggressive in international relations, we might have a kind of a consensus with Russian government, Russian society. I think we need to have, because this is the part of normal international relations that even after a large conflict and a large number of struggles, we can achieve a kind of strategic powers or strategic cooperation, like between Germany and France after World War II. So I hope that we will see in my life largely completed cooperation with democratic Russia, but I'm very skeptical about it. First step is to erode this type of Russian military capabilities, which are present a Russian will to be a kind of a neo-imperial power in Europe, but also outside, because we need to remember how they deal with Kazakhstan and other Central Asian republics. So I think we need to support, first of all, Ukraine and Belarus to stop Russian moves here. And after that, we will see a large number of scenarios, a large number of ideas.
That's right, because there's another scenario where Russia becomes maybe like a periphery of China, and that wouldn't.
A junior partner for Chinese.
Yeah, a junior partner for the Chinese, and that's not necessarily. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time.
As I mentioned, there is no one simple answer for your question. Sorry.
I know. It's very hard. Okay. Let's move quickly to Moldova in Chisinau. Pro-Russian Shore Party has organized more pro-Russian demonstrations. Now, does this? A lot of people are saying this reminds them of what was happening in Ukraine before Ukraine was attacked. Is this a sort of? How would you gauge this situation right now in Moldova?
For this question, I have a very easy answer. No surprise. Russians are trying to use the soft power tools like political parties, pro-Russian political parties, to destabilize a lot of states, not only in this region, but also outside. This is a typical pro-Russian movement, which is, first of all, connected with a Russian policy. Not fully aggressive policy, but connected with so-called peace movement and also with peace ideas to stop war right now. The second thing is that they are using a lot of arguments dedicated to the social background. We know very well how Russia tried to attack our Western societies before war and during this war. They used a lot of tools which have been connected strictly with our social background, with our economy, with our relation with governments, etc. This is something which is very common for Russian policy and Russian actions outside. Active measures, this is the answer for that. But fortunately for us, they are trying to use, first of all, some democratic forms of pressure against government of Moldova. Because before that, we have had a lot of rumors that they can use some illegal forms of actions, like by sending so little green men inside, for instance, uniforms of some soccer fans to destabilize situation, but with power, with some violence on the street. So, first of all, no surprise. But second thing is that we are fortunately dealing with a democratic protest, a still democratic protest. So I think the government of Moldova and society of Moldova can achieve some main goals without this threat that it might be connected with the violence moves on their streets.
Well, let's hope so. And yeah, I think it's important for everyone to remember that Russia does have a huge disinformation infrastructure that's built. And the craziest thing about it is that because it's on the internet, it doesn't have to exist in separate. It could be launched on any country in days. You know, just change the language and.
Sorry for interrupting you, sir, but we need to underline that they are also using some more aggressive active measures, because we need to remember the case from Montenegro. They tried to use their intelligence services to arrange a typical coup d'etat. to overthrow legal government and to plant, of course, some pro-Russian structures there. So, of course, this information domain and this active measures dedicated to disinformation, to creation of some chaos inside our democratic debate, this is the one pillar of that. But we cannot, and I think we are not forgetting that they are also capable to use more aggressive, more risky active measures dedicated to some sabotage, to some even coup d'etat attempts in various states, not only in, for instance, Africa states, but also in Europe. They're directly in Europe.
Sure, there's certainly not above that. So a quick question: is there a danger in Moldova right now for this for those sorts of actions?
Truly, I'm very afraid about the situation in Moldova. I hope that West and some key regional players like Romania will support the democratic government of the state in controlling situation on the ground.
Hopefully, everyone has learned their lesson from Ukraine. That when we see this happening, that you have to step in there.
Romania is so vital player for us. Also, for stabilizing this part of Europe.
That's right. Okay, well, we'll end it there. Thanks very much. Always a pleasure hearing your take on things. Thanks, sir. And thank you for joining us. Please stay with us here on TVP World.
Welcome on board the Eastern Express. As always, I hope you enjoy the journey. The Kremlin has gone above and beyond in an effort to explain its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Russian state propaganda at the outset of the war began with President Vladimir Putin's calls for the denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine. How has the narrative in the Kremlin changed over the past year? Let's take a look at our report to find out more.
Wartime conditions have made the job of journalists working in Ukraine difficult. Many areas are dangerous to work in, others are closed off. Western and independent media outlets ceased their operations in Russia, and a new media law promising tough punishment for insulting the Russian armed forces was introduced at the beginning of the war. These conditions created fertile ground for disinformation. Russian command, for example, has so far claimed to have destroyed more HIMARS systems than were provided to Ukraine. Independent analysts have not confirmed a single loss of the system. Similarly, the losses of the Ukrainian Air Force, according to Moscow, far exceed the number of aircraft Ukraine possessed at the beginning of the war. Despite possessing a negative number of airframes, Ukraine is still somehow capable of launching airstrikes. Russia also claims to have sustained personnel losses, an order of magnitude lower than Kiev estimates. Ukrainian and Russian sources constantly provide conflicting information on the frontline situation. Restrictions placed on Western media mean that there is also no reporting from the Russian-occupied areas. This creates an informational chaos, which Moscow finds useful.
And now, as always, it's time to take a closer look at the issue at hand. Most Russians didn't get behind the early calls for eliminating the so-called Nazi leaders in Ukraine. By the way, Nazis in Ukraine, it's kind of like this monologue in a famous film you might remember. Fugazi, Fugazi, it's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's fairy dust, doesn't exist. And so do the Nazis in Ukraine. There has never been such a thing. Still, Russians believe otherwise. Russia suffered heavy casualties during the course of this drawn-out battle, which had not been planned to last for so many weeks and months. Several members of Russia's Security Council, including former President Dmitry Medvedev, have since framed Moscow's second invasion of Ukraine as a holy struggle against the forces of evil. Nonetheless, Putin had already developed the fundamental Russian narratives for the conflict by 2020-2021. Vladimir Putin argued in a 2020 February interview that the Russian people is split along ethnic rather than national lines. The Russian autocrat justified his claim that Russians and Ukrainians are one and the same. By making this argument, he has since reinforced and expanded upon this concept, arguing that the contemporary Ukraine represents an alternative to the Russian political and economic system, the so-called anti-Russia approach, which is completely unacceptable to the Kremlin. Putin quickly outlined his position that Ukraine must either merge with Russia or be destroyed as a threat. Now, an extreme type of long-term anti-Western and anti-NATO animosity that dates back all the way to the 1990s is another significant aspect of Moscow's war narrative. Some Russians feel that the West unfairly took land in Ukraine away from them, as it was once part of Russia. Before the conflict, the denial of Ukraine narrative was widely held among the political and intellectual elites in Russia. It is difficult to tell how well this notion will go over in Russian society, but it does show that the Kremlin's thinking is actually following a certain pattern. It's working in a certain way, and the Russian government is portraying the conflict with Ukraine as a people's war, which might be what's required to keep the authoritarian system in Moscow from toppling. And now to discuss the issue in greater detail, we have invited our special guest today, Pekka Kallio-Niemi, expert in the field of social media and disinformation. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Hello, nice to be here.
So let us begin with the Kremlin narratives and how they changed throughout this 1 year of the war. Can you outline perhaps the main themes that came and went as the Kremlin was adjusting to the reality of the war?
So yeah, I mean, the basic narratives are still the same, very much the same. So they revolve around the aggressive NATO expansion, multipolar world, meaning that the United States is, in their eyes, losing power, and also so this kind of focus on the nationalists in Ukraine, and also they are still bringing up those silly biolabs every now and then. So basically, the big ideas are still the same. They try to build new stuff around this. But I guess the basic message is still that they are threatened from the outside. They are this fortress. Russia is this fortress, and they're just defending themselves.
by attacking another country. That seems logical if you are in the Kremlin. Now, there have also been many narratives involving a variety of minorities. So Russia has this thing about minorities. They clearly don't like them. So they try to insinuate that these allegedly dangerous minorities are controlling the Ukrainian agenda. And these narratives, I'm assuming they are still around, unfortunately, right?
Yes, very much from the beginning. I mean, they've been there since 2005, 2004 even, when there was this presidential election. So there's nothing new about these stories that they make up.
Plus, we obviously have the nuclear blackmail, and this, regrettably, is also still around. There was no major reflection there.
No, I mean, every now and then, especially on Russian TV, you see a lot of these propagandists doing outright threats on sending nuclear weapons to London or making the United States into radioactive waste. So it's probably a weekly thing when somebody on Russian TV threatens the West with nuclear weapons.
And these threats were around before the latest phase of the war. I mean, after Crimea, I think that was Kiselev who made this nuclear wasteland remark first, somewhere after 2014, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that was when they started this narrative, and it's still very strongly going on. And I think Kiselev also said the same thread maybe a month ago. And he's been bringing up this new story that Putin also talked about. This so-called Nazi unit called Edelweiss in Ukraine, which is of course outright lie.
There is something of a mirror image there. Russia is often accusing Ukraine or the West of doing things it wants to do itself. Should we be worried when, for example, Russia is again insinuating that there are some radioactive materials being transported into Ukraine or being taken out of storage in Ukraine, or when they are saying Ukraine wants to attack Transnistria? I think that was more prominent in recent narratives, wasn't it? Does it mean that Russia is actually planning to do the very thing they are warning about?
I mean, you never know when you talk about Russia. I think they just want to keep their options open. So if you just keep these narratives in the mainstream and tell them to the audiences, then they have the option to do the opposite, kind of. So they throw out so much of different stories and narratives that they have a lot to choose from in the future. That's how I see it.
And some of these narratives are actually making their way into the West. And now this is what got many people worried. Recently, we've heard from a number of influencers on social media that the war was fake, that there was no footage of the war, which is so obviously false that one was beginning to wonder, how are these narratives actually born? How are they being disseminated? Where did these claims originate from? Because people might be thinking, wow, I mean, this just doesn't make sense, does it?
It's actually not a new thing. Around a year ago, there was on Twitter there was this profile that was stating the same, and he said that the war was actually filmed in a studio in Poland, and he was about to enter those studios. So it's not a new thing. It's come up again, but I think the volume is now huge, and it's been spread by some very prominent people. So it might actually become kind of a permanent theme that's being started right now.
How should we respond to that? I mean, this is probably the single war in the history of mankind which has the most extensive footage coming from all sources, from all sides, including plenty on social media. It's not possible to fake that. But how do you think we should respond as the collective West to such false narratives and conspiracy theories? Can we just say, oh, free speech, you can do all that you want to, or should there be some sort of reaction to that? Because this can have serious implications.
Of course, but I think we still have a very powerful antidote to this kind of narrative. It's just the footage that we can show the actual footage. It's there, and the sheer amount, the sheer volume of the material that we have from the conflict is just, it's so big, it's very difficult to argue against that.
Certainly is, but do you think that our free speech rules aren't too easy to be exploited by hostile actors, by accounts which might even receive financing from the Kremlin indirectly or directly, but they're actually doing the Kremlin's bidding?
In a way, I'm a very strong supporter of free speech. I think I heard a very good term last week. It's called pre-bunking. So trying to kind of figure out these Kremlin narratives before they make it into the mainstream, and then kind of do this pre-bunking of information, which has been very effective in terms of intelligence. So if you think about the US and the UK intelligence, they've been saying they've been revealing a lot of military action, Russian military action, before they actually happen. So hopefully we could also do this kind of actions also in regards to disinformation and new Kremlin narratives. So we could actually pre-bunk them. We would talk about them before they actually happen. And I think that would be very, very nice, like an ideal goal in the near future.
That's a very interesting approach, but what about the boundaries of free speech? I mean, there are terms which are stated expressly in various terms of service of social media companies. For example, concerning things such as Holocaust denial or denying that 9/11 ever happened. Shouldn't the same thing apply to a war that's in progress? I mean, what is the difference in, for example, denying genocide or denying a tragedy which has occurred and has been documented to trying to deny one which is still taking place and may even go beyond what we've already seen partially because of disinformation, because people are becoming more permissive and saying, well, we shouldn't be doing anything because it's possibly fake, more people die, and only later do we realize, well, perhaps we should have stopped this sort of false narratives from ever going around in such huge quantities.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, what we have some very effective, again, counter measures that against this kind of wild spread of disinformation. For example, the social media movement NAFO has been very effective in fighting the spread of blatant disinformation, but also these social media platforms, they have the responsibility to kind of root out this kind of talk. So I think there are many things that could be done, but for example on Twitter are not. So hopefully we can see some progress in that sense in the future.
So I'm glad that you mentioned NAFO. Shout out to all the fellas who are fighting Russian disinformation in virtual space. But beyond that, of course, you've also mentioned Twitter, which is a very special case, isn't it? Do you believe that there is an ongoing effort not to do anything about certain types of narratives, about a certain type of people who are spreading disinformation and bundling it also with other conspiracy theories, such as, for example, conspiracy theories regarding vaccines and the coronavirus?
So yeah, definitely there is no control of any kind on Twitter regarding these things right now. So most of these accounts that were, for example, banned in the previous years have now been reinstated, and they just continue as is. There is not any kind of content control, maybe excluding the most extreme content on Twitter right now. So it's a passion of disinformation.
And Twitter is one of those services which are so widespread, they are very difficult to replace. We are probably coming back to this sort of debate about who really controls the proverbial airwaves. I mean, with traditional media, it's easier because you have certain licensing requirements and so on. But what about social media? Do you think the West should perhaps create new regulations which would prohibit or prevent such things from taking place? Because this shows just how little influence our governments, our elected representatives have over the flow of disinformation into our societies.
So yeah, I have discussed this many times. The problem with regulation is that it's very slow. So once it when it's put into place, the whole platform may have changed completely by then. So this is why these very real-time active social media movements like NAFO are so effective, because they fight disinformation real-time, and regulation may come in a year or two. So I mean, there is place for regulation for sure, but the problem is that it is very slow process.
So in some cases, one can say that nothing beats a good grassroots initiative, which can actually act when something is happening and not a couple of months later, when the problem might have already mutated and evolved beyond recognition. Pekka Kalioniemi was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And now we're moving on to Eastern Newsflash, bringing you all the other stories from the East that you don't want to miss. And we begin with the trial in absentia of Belarusian opposition figure Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, which still continues. The Belarusian state prosecutor is demanding 19 years in prison for the exiled leader.
Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya is being tried in absentia in Minsk, along with some of her associates. The indictment against them includes charges of conspiring to overthrow the government, creating and leading an extremist group, inciting hate, and undermining national security. The prosecution has asked for a sentence of 19 years in prison for Tsikhanouskaya, along with a fine of roughly $15,000. The leader of the Belarusian opposition is safely abroad and is unaffected by the trial.
Lithuanian Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis criticized the sanctions against Russia for not including state nuclear operator Rosatom. Hungary vowed to nix any attempt at including the company on the restricted businesses list.
Despite the ever-expanding sanctions regime, Russian state nuclear energy company Rosatom has to date managed to avoid any restrictions. Lithuanian Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis criticized the latest 10th package of sanctions for not including the company. Rosatom is also unlikely to be sanctioned in the coming months. Hungary vowed to veto any such measure, as it intends to work with the company on a new nuclear power plant project. New sanctions packages require unanimous agreement of all EU member states.
Wizz Air announced on Monday that it will suspend flights to Moldova beginning on the 14th of March. The carrier is concerned that the airspace of the country may no longer be safe.
Russian cruise missiles launched from the Black Sea against targets in western Ukraine crossed Moldovan skies on a number of occasions. Another incident saw the debris of a Russian missile down by Ukrainian air defense fall on Moldovan soil. These airspace violations were met with strong protests from the Moldovan government, but have not stopped. Now, the Budapest-based airline Wizz Air has decided to cease servicing its routes to the country over safety concerns. Beginning March 14th, flights will instead be rerouted to the city of Iași in neighbouring Romania.
Russian dissidents paid tribute to Boris Nemtsov on the 8th anniversary of his assassination. The prominent opposition politician was killed in downtown Moscow, not far away from the Kremlin.
Groups of people gathered in cities across Russia to commemorate Boris Nemtsov. Demonstrations in Moscow, Kazan and Novosibirsk were held amid heavy police presence. Nemtsov was the Prime Minister of Russia in the 1990s and was expected to succeed Boris Yeltsin as the president one day. After the presidency was given to Vladimir Putin instead, Nemtsov became a prominent critic of his. He was assassinated in Moscow on February the 27th, 2015. While Russian courts convicted the suspects charged with his murder, Nemtsov's friends believe the people who ordered his killing were not brought to justice.
And for this episode of Eastern Express, it's the end of the line. Catch us with us at the same time tomorrow as we continue bringing you more latest stories from the East.
Russia's all-out attack on Ukraine in February 2022 triggered a strict new series of sanctions from the European Union, the United States, and other countries. In addition to export control, the sanctions included restrictions on Russia's coal and oil exporters, financial industry, business, and political individuals. In total, since Russia's initial invasion of Ukraine in 2014, it has become the most sanctioned nation in the world. Russia's expenditures on the war are rising rapidly. Military spending in 2022 was anticipated to reach the equivalent of $47 billion. Though the actual budget after the start of the war was classified, military expenditure may have exceeded 5% of GDP, the most since the collapse of the Soviet Union. A warm winter and a looming recession in some Western countries have helped make the sanctions against Russian exports work. Failing to freeze Europe, Moscow lost its main gas market in 2022 and was forced to redirect investments eastwards. As many as 67% of Russian businesses have switched to Chinese companies for machinery and equipment. Just 39% of firms have been able to find Russian substitutes for parts no longer being supplied by the West. But how long can it last? In 2023, the Kremlin will have the necessary funds to finance military expenses. However, the pressure of sanctions creates great difficulties for the Russian state machine, and costs will almost certainly be shifted to the population and businesses.
Hello, I'm Maciej Mikos and you're watching World News. Speaking to the press in Helsinki today, Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, said that becoming a member of the alliance is Ukraine's future, but stressed that before that can happen, the alliance must prioritize neutralizing the threat posed by Russia to its neighbors.
The important thing now is to support Ukraine, and then no one can tell exactly when this war ends. But when it ends, we need to ensure that history doesn't repeat itself, that President Putin cannot continue to attack neighbors. And therefore, we need to strengthen the military capabilities of Ukraine, but also look for frameworks that can ensure that President Putin, Russia, doesn't invade Ukraine yet another time. So both NATO allies have agreed that Ukraine will become a member of our alliance, but at the same time that is a long-term perspective. What is the issue now is to ensure that Ukraine prevail as a sovereign independent nation, and that therefore we need to support Ukraine.
Tuesday marks the 370th day of Russia's armed invasion of Ukraine. The trauma experienced by the resident city of Izium was just as terrible as Bucha and Borodyanka. Our correspondent on Aleph is in the city of Izium at a location where mass graves have been discovered.
Yes, well, when we were here during the liberation of Kharkiv Oblast, and of course right here in Izium, the scenes of destruction were absolutely breathtaking. It was horrible to see exactly what Russia unleashed on this city, and then of course that painstaking task of bodies then came to light. But the city now is actually coming back to life, if you will. Many of the residents did leave for safety reasons and just due to the damaged infrastructure. There is power inside the city itself and running water, but some of the communities outside the city, well, they're still cut off from those necessities. But we're now in the graveyard where these bodies that were gathered throughout the city, killed by Russian soldiers. That exhumation process was completed back then. At least the bodies were exhumed and taken out of the ground. Then investigators were trying to determine identities, causes of death, and trying to do that. They have completed that, like I said, back in September. We're investigating for the causes of death and whatnot, and that process has now been completed in Kharkiv. That was 194 men, 215 women, 22 members of the military, 5 babies, and 11 people unidentified, for a grand total of 448 people that they took out of the yard here. They found bodies that had their hands bound, were either missing or had amputated limbs, as well as genitals, decapitated bodies, stab wounds, shrapnel, gunshot wounds, and even some were hanged. So it's all evidence that is being gathered by war crimes investigators so that they can prosecute some of these killings when that time comes. The evidence has to be very well documented. Now that the process is complete, around 140 bodies have been given a proper burial inside the cemetery itself. These graves where the bodies were removed from this will stay pretty much as is, at least for the time being, but the bodies will not be returned to these graves here in the cemetery, but they will have proper burials within the cemetery proper itself.
Canada is part of the multinational coalition of countries that have banded together to provide Ukraine's armed forces with modern Western-manufactured Leopard tanks. In addition to the equipment, Canada dispatched instructors to Poland, where the Ukrainian troops will learn how to use the new weapon. That was our report on Ukraine, and moving on now to other parts of the world. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan, to meet with the country's President Tokayev, as well as foreign ministers of Central Asian countries. Blinken brought with him a promise of $25 million economic growth package for Central Asia, but also spoke of what countries that continue to support the Russian war effort should expect from the U.S.
We did very clearly warn China about the implications and consequences of going through with providing such support. We will not hesitate, for example, to target Chinese companies or individuals that violate our sanctions or otherwise engage in supporting the Russian war effort. Beyond that, what I heard very clearly from countries around the world that I've been engaged with over the past 10 days, since these concerns have first been raised and shared with many countries, is that this is not only something that would be a serious problem for China's relationship with us, but a serious problem in its relationship with countries around the world. And let me just add this. China can't have it both ways.
Nikos Christodoulidis has been sworn in as the new president of Cyprus. The elections which he won took place on February the 12th. Christodoulidis ran as an independent candidate, but received the support of centrists.
I see you all as valuable partners to lead Cyprus to the next day, to make it stronger, safer, fairer, with equality and with no discrimination. I wish to repeat before you the assurance that my top priority is the resolution of the Cyprus issue within the agreed framework, so that our homeland can finally become a reunited, free, modern and European state.
On Tuesday, hundreds of Israelis took to the streets to protest against the recent events on the West Bank. The peaceful demonstrations quickly turned into clashes with the police. Palestinian Lives Matter and other anti-occupation signs could be seen on the streets of Tel Aviv on Monday. According to the protesters, the settlers and extremists' actions backed by the government only perpetuate the spiral of violence in the country. The latest bout of violence started on Sunday with a shooting of 2 Israeli settlers in the West Bank. The two sides have been exchanging hostilities ever since. The new hard-right government of Benjamin Netanyahu is facing broad opposition among Israeli citizens. On Saturday, demonstrators protested against the plans to reform the judicial system. The strangest winter, that's how many Americans are describing the weather conditions currently happening across the United States. Tornadoes, blizzards and dust storms have knocked out power in thousands of households. Here's our report.
The video footage showed dust storm in the northwest Texas in the United States. Orange haze has covered the sky and the visibility was limited in the area. Meanwhile, Oklahoma has suffered from a tornado that destroyed residential areas in the city of Norman, ripping off roofs and injuring at least 12 people. Local authorities are still assessing the damage. A strong blizzard hit Nevada on Monday, causing major transport disruptions. The snowstorm is expected to last until Wednesday, and local authorities are advising residents of the area to avoid unnecessary travel until the beginning of March.
In the Greek seaside town of Galaxidi, locals celebrate the carnival with a flower war. Young and old take to the streets to throw themselves with a white and colored flower to mark the beginning of the Greek Orthodox Lent.
Once a year, the streets of Galaxidi explode with colors. The locals throw one another with flour until their supplies run out.
It is fantastic. Galaxidi Flower War forever. Come here next year. Come and have a good time.
The tradition is believed to date back to the 19th century, when Greece was occupied by the Ottomans. As a protest against the strict rules, Greeks started to smear their faces and dance in the streets. The festival was only paused for the last 2 years due to the pandemic.
It is fantastic. After COVID, we came here to let loose. Galaxidi forever.
Even those who did not want to get inside the flower-throwing crowd enjoyed the celebrations.
It was super, like every year. There were a lot of participants, so many people.
The flower war is also accompanied by a street disco. It's the last celebration before Lent.
The AI revolution is coming, and it's closer than you might think. Today, WOTSO is celebrating the arrival of a special guest, one who might be able to answer pretty much any question it gets. Our reporter, Alexandra Marchewicz, reveals its identity in this special report.
Can robots match humans in terms of intelligence? The Copernicus Science Center proves that it might be possible in future. The 550th anniversary of Nicholas Copernicus' birth was a great opportunity to test this possibility. We are currently in Copernicus Science Center in Warsaw, in heart of Warsaw, and I am today joined with a special guest, Nicholas Copernicus himself, or at least the artificial intelligence robot, the first astronomer intelligence robot that is in the world. He actually is quite tall, as you can see, 190 centimeters tall. He weighs at least 100 kilograms, although he doesn't look like it. And according to recent data as artificial intelligence, we can ask him any question and he will answer it. Now let's try. Copernicus, how did you manage to get to know the fact that the Earth revolves around the Sun?
By studying the motion of the planets and stars, I came to understand that the Sun was at the center, not the Earth. It took a lot of observation, math and calculations to prove this concept.
This robot was designed not only to speak in various languages, but also to imitate breathing and human gestures. This latest development in science was used to commemorate a turning point in astronomy, the discovery made by Nicholas Copernicus 480 years ago. Nicholas Copernicus was a Polish mathematician and astronomer. He's considered one of the fathers of astronomy, as he created the heliocentric theory, the fact that Earth revolves around the Sun as such. Here in the Science Center of Copernicus, the scientists, both scientists and visitors, celebrate the 550th anniversary of the birthday of Nicholas Copernicus in an unusual way. From Warsaw, Aleksandra Marchewicz, TVP World.
A Polish player has won the FIFA Ferenc Puskás Award for the most beautiful goal. This is the first time the trophy has been given to a player with a disability.
And the winner is Marcin Oleksy.
Marcin Oleksy, Polish amputee football player, won one of the most prestigious awards in football. Not just in the amputee football category, the Ferenc Puskás Award is given for the most beautiful goal in the entire year. After the award ceremony, Oleksy was visibly moved.
To me and to the entire community of amped football, this award is proof that nothing is impossible. Each of us has their own destiny, and mine was to become the face of amped football. My hope is that I have been noticed today by millions of people around the world, and it inspired them to rise up. I have risen up, and we will all fight to the end.
The winning goal was scored during a match of Polish Amp Football League. Oleksy beat nominees like Dimitri Payet and Richarlison to the trophy. Nothing is impossible, and dreams come true. Though it may seem naive, stories like this one help us believe in the power of the indomitable human spirit.
Oleksy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Nothing is impossible indeed. After over 5 years of renovations, the second largest mosque in Old Cairo has reopened. The project to restore the 1,000-year-old holy site had cost around $2.8 million. Yet one more reason to visit Egypt. And that's all for now. Thank you for watching, and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
We are the United States of America.
In 1972, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was elected as the representative for Delaware to the U.S. Senate at the age of 29. 1 month later, his wife and daughter were killed in a car accident, and his 2 sons were seriously injured. He contemplated suspending his political career at that early stage, but was ultimately persuaded to stay, going on to win re-election to the Senate 6 times, becoming Delaware's longest-serving representative, fighting for foreign relations, criminal justice, and drug policy. In 2008, he was Barack Obama's running mate in the presidential elections and entered the White House as VC. Biden played an active role in the Obama administration, serving as an influential advisor to the president. After the pair's tenure, Biden remained involved in politics and stepped up as the Democrats' presidential candidate in 2020.
The pandemic made training and competing especially difficult.
His policies involved the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, racial equality and immigration, and restoring America's standing in the world.
We got to beat Donald Trump, and we will, but we can't become like him.
The elections were marked by a historic turnout, and Biden secured victory over Donald Trump with a majority of 51%, receiving the most votes ever cast for a candidate in a U.S. presidential election.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
In recent years, especially after the death of his eldest son, Beau, in 2015, Biden has been noted for his empathetic nature and ability to communicate about grief, as he has demonstrated by meeting Ukrainian refugees in Warsaw last year, just 1 month after Vladimir Putin's all-out attack. US President Joe Biden's unexpected visit to Kyiv and Vladimir Putin's belligerent State of the Nation address may have been front-page material, but they also called attention to an issue often overlooked in the context of Russia's war in Ukraine: Moldova. The country has become a point of focus for Vladimir Putin, who keeps nearly 2,000 of his troops in the Russian-speaking separatist region of Transnistria. No United Nations member recognizes Transnistria's sovereignty, while the Council of Europe treats it as Russian-occupied territory. In mid-February this year, Moldovan President Maia Sandu officially accused Russia of planning to use foreign saboteurs to bring down her country's democratically elected leadership. Meanwhile, in a series of anti-Western moves announced by Putin recently, Moscow revoked a decree that underpinned Moldova's sovereignty in future negotiations about the Transnistria region. The order revoking the document was published on the Kremlin's website and was signed in order to ensure the national interests of Russia in connection with profound changes taking place in international relations. The Kremlin has said that Russia's relations with Moldova's pro-European government are very tense, but with unilateral support for Moldova from the West.
President Sandu is here today. I'm not sure she is, but I'm proud to stand with you and the freedom-loving people of Moldova.
Any moves from Moscow to muster Transnistria would be made with great risk.
Welcome back to TVP World. We turn our attention now to France. Now, China last week released their 12-point peace plan for Ukraine. They did this without consulting Ukraine beforehand, and to most experts, the plan is full of platitudes and cliches. Some even went so far as to say that it was farcical. France's President Emmanuel Macron, however, has praised China for its efforts. Here to discuss France's position, as well as Macron's upcoming visit to China next month, is a journalist and historian, Stefan Włodarczyk. Stefan, as
Hello.
always, pleasure to see you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. All right, so let's start with Macron. Now, most people find China's 12-point peace plan almost farcical. Mr. Macron, on the other hand, is praising China for this. Now, why is he sucking up to China so much?
You see, I think there's two levels to understand this, maybe this response from Paris to that shy move of China towards the big peace talks that everybody is awaiting. And this is the first thing. It's a sign that the West, but the East as well, everybody is looking for some possibility for a way out. It stresses as well, it underlines a globalization of this conflict. Because, you know, China, of course, was on the side of Russia, but we all have noticed since the beginning that China's position was quite timid and shy again. So that's the first thing. The conflict is starting to be a world problem. And I think Europe's politics and Macron's as well is to try to put to the other partners who are outside Europe, be that in Africa or in Asia or in South America, that this war now is a problem for everybody. And this is a big problem for Europe and for the Western camp. So it's to try to pressure every partners, because even China is still, of course, a big partner of the West for commercial reasons. So I was telling about two levels. First level, probably there's the goodwill. There's a sign, so French people, French government think that we should try it. If there's any way to find some peace talks with the very powerful China, who is, of course, on the side of Russia, but still talking with us. You know, Macron is the one president that's been talking way too long, we would say, with Putin. And he knows, and he said that it's impossible to talk with him anymore. So if he wants still to have a role, he needs maybe, as he thinks, to speak to China. So this is the first level, the goodwill. But the second level is probably, it's a way for France to find a diplomatic role on a wider level than the European stage. Because, you know, in Europe, in fact, at the moment, the leader of the European position towards the war in Ukraine is Poland and Warsaw. It was acknowledged by the last time...
The last visit by President Biden.
Right? And when France, Germany and Poland met together during the Munich conference, you could see this quite interesting photo image of the Polish president in the middle of them three. And you could see this acknowledgement of, okay, right, the Poles were right about the war, and now they are a power that is leading everybody to resist and to help Ukraine. France is a bit in the back, and probably it's trying to find a more global position in the negotiations. That's why it wants to talk to China, probably.
And currently, Mr. Macron is in Africa. He's in Gabon, and he's going to be in the Congo. What's he up to there? A lot of people are speculating that the main issue here right now for Macron is uranium, actually. This 10th package of sanctions that was supposed to go against Russia should have included uranium, enriched uranium, and all other things connected with Rosatom, which supplies a lot of equipment for atomic reactors. And we all know that France still relies heavily on atomic reactors. Now, if Russia can no longer supply this, I mean, obviously, you look, where can we find uranium? Africa? China. And China, especially, it seems to me, at least, that China supplies a lot of the equipment used to run the reactors that operate in France.
I'm not sure about that if it comes to equipment, but certainly there are needs of this industry. It's probably very, how to say, stressful and depressing for the French elite to find out that even the nuclear industry is dependent on import from different difficult partners. So you have this problem with Africa, you have stress. I believe there are still places from where there are secure ways to get some absolutely needed components for this nuclear industry, because it's, you know, very strategic. We don't need to say more. When it comes to China, you know, there are no economic sanctions between China and Europe at the moment. What we hear is that China is not going to give weapons to help Russia with weapons directly, which seems to be a kind of red line when the West could stop having normal commercial relationships with China. So is it the reason why Emmanuel Macron is going to Beijing, especially there, to talk about this? I don't think. Probably it's one of the strategic importance themes for Paris. But I think there's more at stake than just this particular detail, in my opinion.
I'm sure. So Macron is positioning himself, like you said, in your view, Macron is trying to basically find a role for himself in all of this, and that role he decided he can't take the main role in Europe, so now he wants to take a role for Europe with other world actors. Is it so that's your
probably yes. You have to remember that the French diplomacy has good traditions and is still influential, and they are able to combine some ways, some talks. It's very difficult for France because they were not very prepared. Of course, as I said before, it's not a position as difficult as for Germany, that had to really switch totally the way they looked at their policy. For France, it was partly a shift, an important shift, but they have still other legs on which to stand on. In my understanding, France is never that far of its old allies, the US and England, even if, of course, and I think that's how Paris understands it in the moment, France is not at the moment in the most, in the nucleus of NATO. It's not one of the main country constituting the hard nucleus,
That's
which
right.
is clearly at the moment, and that's something I've heard in France, right, from French people. It's the US, the UK, Poland, and Japan, and maybe Korea. This is the main countries of NATO at the moment because of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, despite what Macron said some time ago, NATO is not in brain damage or brain dead. It's just the contrary, since it's very much alive because of what's happening. And France is trying to find its positioning. It's still a part of the West, because we still have to underline that the West is still quite solidary. Maybe the Germans were not very fast to react at the beginning. Maybe Macron talked a bit long to Putin, but in the end, you see the whole West shows unity.
Well, now,
So
now they show unity, but in a way, they no longer have a choice. Back then, they did have a choice, and obviously, it wasn't in their interest. It was certainly in their interest to keep relations with Russia, mainly because of all the business dealings. Economically, the people
Russia,
suffering the most,
Russia, China.
And
we can't keep business with Russia anymore too much.
Well, not anymore. So exactly, now we need to go to China. So obviously, you have to be nice to China and bear wonderful gifts. And now I just wanted to ask also about the French relationship in their former African colonies. That relationship is almost completely cut, isn't it? Do they still have a lot of influence there?
It's quite astonishing. I think very much people in France, but as well as in Africa, were stunned by how fast the context changed with the intervention of these Wagner groups. We still have the impression that it's a minority. You have these juntas ruling in Mali and in Burkina Faso. I'm not very sure that the majority of Africans are convinced that Russia is the best partner for them. But something happened. There was an intervention for sure. There was the hand of Russia there. France have noticed it, and it needs to react. And they will probably change the way they do business and policy in Africa. It seems that France will stay as a security partner in Western Africa. It's not like it's fully kicked out, because we've heard things like this in news, but there are more than 2 countries where France is present in Africa, but it's clearly an alarm. And I have the impression that all this together, what happened in Africa, what's happening in Ukraine, it's a kind of new deal for the French elite to understand what can be their position in today's world.
It's interesting because Macron goes to Africa, and who does he encounter there? The same actors, Russia and China.
Yes, of course. The concurrency in Africa is mainly the Chinese. Africans learned to know these other influential powers, and they probably know enough at the moment. So in the end, the African will choose. We still have to keep our values and try to be different in the way we are present in Africa, in the world, be that the French or the Western countries, than what the Chinese and the Russians do. You see, when you just look at the war in Ukraine, it's not so difficult to see the difference of values between one camp and the other. And this is something probably that is happening under our eyes currently a bit everywhere in the world.
It is
democracy against autocratic, habits.
It is, but then, there's that. But then there's also business. I wish we had more time to talk about the Belarus issue and how important Belarus is for China.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Just saying.
Of course. All
There's
right.
different ways of doing business around the world.
There are different ways of doing business, certainly. But in the end, business is business. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens, and hopefully we can check in with you again soon. We'll talk about Mr. Macron's visit in Africa and then China. Thanks very much, Stéphane. Always a pleasure speaking with you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Bye-bye. And thank you for joining us. Please stay with us here on TVP World.
The enemy of the tyrant, and the hope of the brave, and the truth of the ages, freedom. Stand with us. We will stand with you. Let us move forward with faith and conviction, and with an abiding commitment to be allies, not of darkness but of light, not of oppression but of liberation, not of captivity but yes, of freedom. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all.
Welcome to Pulse of Culture. I'm Karolina Ciesielska. Good evening. La Scala, the legendary opera house, has recently launched its own VOD platform. Now you can watch both live and archived performances online.
There are currently 4 opera performances in the lascala.tv catalogue, including Vincenzo Bellini's Capuletti and Montecchi, 3 ballet performances, including Giselle, and 2 concerts. To rent an opera or ballet costs 7 or 5 euros, depending on the quality chosen. A concert or recital, on the other hand, costs 5 or 3 euros.
We want to reach every home. We want our performances to reach audiences in the valleys of the Alps as well as in the steppes of South America. That is the message of music, to enrich people wherever they are, to connect the local with the international.
The lascala.tv platform is available to audiences around the world. The next scheduled broadcast, Joseph Mazilia's ballet The Corsair, will take place on the 1st of March.
London's Hayward Gallery presents the work of Mike Nelson. His atmospheric installations take the viewer on a journey into fictional worlds. Thanks to the artist, Klaudia Czerwińska was there for a visit.
British artist Mike Nelson has gained popularity and recognition for his immersive installations that deceptively resemble the world around us. Threat of Annihilation, an exhibition at the Hayward Gallery, brings together Mike Nelson's largest body of work.
I think that's the thing that's so interesting about this work is you're not, feels like new work. So it feels like it's about now. And I think that's something that has been really important, is how do you, because it's such an immediate immersive experience, how do you make it new work? How do you make sure it's relevant?
In his work, Nelson is inspired by science fiction, dark histories, or cultures that refuse to succumb to a widely understood globalization. Mike Nelson, The Threat of Annihilation, is a unique opportunity to see many of the artist's outstanding works in one place. The exhibition will run until the 7th of May.
And now an exhibition that brings to life the prints of the famous Danish artist Maurits Cornelis Escher. In The Hague, the artist's birthplace, you can already visit the exhibition Escher, Other World.
The exhibition at the Kunstmuseum in The Hague combines the Dutch master's works with architectural installations by Belgian studio Guys van Werenberg, which place Escher's extraordinary worlds in a new context. The exhibition is divided into 2 parts, day and night.
I think you really experience the themes that Escher loved so dearly. So it's like themes like mirroring, eternity, impossible architecture. And you really have sort of a 3-dimensional physical experience of what Escher loved so much. And I think that's due to Gijs van Varenberg's wonderful artistic installations.
The exhibition is part of the 125th anniversary of Escher, who was born in The Hague.
It's a tribute to the artist, and I also think it's a tribute to the human brain, that we can be so inventive and come up with so beautiful solutions for things that are somehow impossible.
The exhibition Escher, Other World can be seen at the Kunstmuseum until September 10th.
This unfinished opera by Giacomo Puccini, in a contemporary production using the latest technology, had its world premiere in Geneva last year. The same version of Turandot is now on the stage of the Tokyo Nikikai Opera Theatre.
The latest production of Giacomo Puccini's Turandot, directed by the American Daniel Kramer, combines a mythical opera with a world that revolves around a futuristic and dystopian TV game show.
With this opera, we also wanted the audience to become more immersed, more a part of the opera production. So we decided to use lasers to make light sculptures in the air, and those bring that 3-dimensional light sculpture out into the audience space so that people feel that they are more a part of the opera.
Tokyo's Nikikai Opera's modern and 3-dimensional staging of Turandot was a completely new immersive experience designed to encourage as many people as possible to leave their homes and return to the theatre after the pandemic break.
delicate flowers or a piece of plastic? In this case, it's hard to tell the difference. A French artist transforms plastic into real works of art.
Before William Amor turns them into beautiful flowers, there they are, abandoned on the streets of Paris. Bottles, plastic bags, and cigarette butts. For years, the artist has scoured the French capital in search of materials to bring back to his studio. There he disinfects, cleans, and sorts them. He then shapes them, alters their texture, and dips them in paint. It's a labor-intensive process. It takes about 30 minutes to prepare a single petal.
In my mind, I treated this material as if it were gold or silk. I must say that I find it just as precious.
William Amor has worked with luxury fashion brands such as Dior. The end result of his work is deceptively similar to the real thing: poppies, tulips, orchids, the ephemeral beauty of nature captured in a durable material.
And that would be all for today. Thank you for watching Pulse of Culture. I hope you can join us again tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to TVP World. I'm your host Benjamin Lee, and please join me and my guests on this exclusive interview. The visit of United States Secretary Antony Blinken to Kazakhstan is extremely important in terms of giving additional impetus to the strategic cooperation. The countries have built exemplary bilateral and multilateral collaboration since the beginning of the diplomatic relations. Joining us today on TVP World to dissect the topic is the chairman of the Lithuanian Union of Journalists, Dainius Radzevičius. Hello, sir, and welcome to TVP World.
Hello.
So, if you can help us dissect a little bit about the relation between the U.S. and Kazakhstan, because we do know that on 16th of March, the Kazakh president delivered a message to the people about the tragic January events and Kazakhstan's path towards democracy, modernization, transformation. And what, in your opinion, is how is it doing since the president's speech in March?
Good question, because message for whole society was so important. People many groups of society, we really are interested in a lot of reforms, starting with education, system of education actually, also economy, but also reforms in fields like media independency, human rights issues, also administration of government, and also relations with municipalities, local governments is big questions. And 10 points was mentioned by President, and we are still in long distance process actually. I visited last week Kazakhstan and I did expertise for a new media law project. And it seems that we are trying to somehow put many interests into one place, because on one hand, they need still strong power inside the country, means strong power of president and institutions, central institutions, but also giving some more space to act independent actors like, for example, media, bloggers, and so on. That's why it's tough thing, knowing that Kazakhstan are still in the field of influence of Russia and China at the same time, also having a multivectoral policy dealing with European Union, United States, and so on. That's why it's so complicated for countries which are so big, with very small amount of population, having so complicated neighbors countries like China, not very far from Kazakhstan is Afghanistan, and so on and so on. That's why many questions related to reforms goes also to real life, real problems.
Right. I think complicated is a very good way to describe the situation with Kazakhstan and their neighbors, of course, also foreign relationship. Like you said, a lot of factors are going into this. China, Russia's involvement, its tendency to turn towards the EU and the United States. How do you think the Kazakh government was able to juggle all these relations and keep a semblance of balance?
For me, it's very clear that neighbor countries like Russia and China, it's not big secret actually that they are doing a lot of things to be winners, let's say, of prize, which we call future of Kazakhstan. And for Kazakh people and for Kazakhstan, it's more important to keep balance between big powers in a neighborhood. But also it's very clear that showing for Kazakhstan good examples of European Union reforms, I mean education, social life, many good things which we have in European Union. It is also important for this country to see future and perspective in very long distance, something similar to European Union. We know that Kazakhstan is the biggest country in Central Asia. Biggest country which has a lot of natural sources on one hand, but they also have very limited access to communications. They don't have access to ports to see somewhere in north or east or south. We also have big interest of neighbor countries, but also they have very clear message for the society that the development will go to European Union values, more or less, I would say, with cultural heritage in this region, which are a little bit different. But generally speaking, European Union is quality sign for them. And many reforms, many programs for European Union, they help to develop Kazakhstan. For example, big program, BOMKA 10, this is Borders Management Program financed by European Union, also dealing with conflict zones on the border. It's big support for all 5 countries in Central Asia to keep peace actually there. Because we know that Russia is one of triggers which are using techniques to create some small conflicts in this region. That's why keeping balance is a big challenge for them.
Right. I think you described seizing the price of Kazakhstan's future is a very interesting way to kind of look at things, because we also know that, for example, the president of Kazakhstan mentioned some conspirators who form an underground group of professional mercenary, armed bandits, and traitors among officials to try to seize power. And is it already clear what conspirators is he talking about?
lot of things people are talking in very informal way, but generally speaking, we know that big players not far from Kazakhstan, especially countries like Russia, China, but also some big influential group inside the country are playing own games. For example, if you look to the data provided by international company KPMG, just a few years ago, the biggest amount of money of property in Kazakhstan was managed by almost 170 persons in generally. I mean, in Kazakhstan, we have a very small amount of people who are owners of a lot of things. They are very rich, very powerful. They have, let's say, some groups of interest, also having big trades with big countries. That's why I would say we can talk about interest outside country, but not on only like political level, but also business, big trades, which are sometimes related to politicians, but not directly to, let's say, parties or political leaders of democratic countries. Kazakhstan really keeping distance with saying directly which countries or leaders of which countries are playing big games inside the country, because they know very clear if they will announce any country, doesn't matter which one, it would be big problem for them to keep connections, at least connections, especially if we are talking about neighbor countries.
Right. And according to the president, again, there's some large-scale elaborate operation to oust the top leadership. Now that Kazakhstan seems to be warming up somewhat to the West, I can imagine Russia, for example, must not be happy about it. And there's speculations that, well, this at least sound some part very familiar to what we heard about Russia's plan towards Ukraine. Do you think there's much of Russian involvement in the so-called tragic January that was being spoken about?
We know, now we know very clear that at least as a so-called peacekeepers, I say so-called because it's very clear that Russia from very beginning was very active solving the problem. I would say also, like, not big joke, but Russia proposed very strange help for Kazakhstan. I mean, we know that from very beginning of this tragic events, they already prepared troops of soldiers to go to Kazakhstan and especially to strategic objects of this country. And they was so well prepared that for most of people, it would be like at least strange how so quick they can act. And we know very well that they proposed so-called help for like quite long term, but because of pressure of China, for sure, they leave this country immediately. And when the war started in Ukraine, it seems for us it was part of big game of influence of Russia in so-called former Soviet Union countries, and starting with Kazakhstan, actually.
Yes, so speaking of Russia, of course, we cannot deny their presence in the region. And I was wondering, how big is Russia's influence in Kazakhstan, and what methods are they using to help or stop the process of like democratization, modernization, and the transformation effort that the country has been trying to pursue?
I would say Russia, for the moment, losing everything in Ukraine, but also in international, let's say, organizations, international field, the influence and power of Russia is not anymore like it was at least 1 year before. And talking about very formal way, we need to know that Kazakhstan is still in formal structures and let's say networks with Russia. I mean, this alliance of economy, so-called economy, but saying similar to European Union economic zone, it's together built by Russia and many countries in Central Asia, but also this alliance of defense or let's say army issues, it's also very important because they still has this contract, so-called contract, and leaving this network for Kazakhstan and most of Central Asia countries, it's a big challenge because Russia, they don't allow to keep distance for any country from Soviet Union space in the past. I mean, Russia is so aggressive, pushing countries, using propaganda tools, everything, even using techniques which shows for us how bad can they act inside many countries, like it was in Ukraine for sure. That's why I would say they are losing influence for sure, but also still very aggressive acting with society.
Right, and speaking of influence, I want to circle back to the discussion of U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's visit to Kazakhstan, because I'm wondering how much would that change the picture, and do you think this visit is very conclusive in terms of trying to bring Kazakhstan closer to the West and closer to real Western democracy?
It's very clear that Kazakhstan are really interested in reforms inside the country, but also in more active connections with United States, European Union countries, with countries which has status of developed countries. Kazakhstan has very clear direction of reforms in the direction of reforms and developing of country. They cannot develop country with, let's say, countries which has a very bad reputation and bad experience. I mean, looking to Russia, looking to many countries in Africa, in Asia, we see that social reforms, also economic reforms, they cannot be good example developing country, especially country which has this bad experience in January, bloody January, with strikes and unhappy society and so on. That's why Kazakhstan, I would say, they have good choice and good chance to bring some good experience from European Union countries, but also from America.
All right. So do you think in the future maybe there will be, well, walking in locksteps with the U.S., the EU, more than maybe with big, powerful neighbors like Russia and China?
I would say Kazakhstan has a big role in Central Asia also as a leader country of 5 Central Asia countries. That's why I would say the ambition of Kazakhstan, keeping this role, leader of region, could be also big motivation, good motivation for each country to show the best experience which can they reach with help and support of European Union and also United States.
All right. Thank you so much for the input and insight. Thanks for dissecting this topic with us. And thanks again for being with us on TVP World.
Thank you.
And with that, we conclude this interview. But for more news, updates, and commentary, please stay tuned to TVP World.
Russia's aim was to wipe Ukraine off the map. Putin's war of conquest is failing. Russia's military has lost half its territory it once occupied. Young, talented Russians are fleeing by the tens of thousands, not wanting to come back to Russia. We mourn alongside the families of those who've been lost to the brutal and unjust war. We know that there'll be very difficult days and weeks and years ahead. And that's how long we're going to be with you, Mr. President. For as long as it takes.
Hello, I'm Ashim Kumar and welcome to World News Tonight. Our main topic today is a possible rapprochement between Kosovo and Serbia. But first, the headlines. Warsaw joins the EU in efforts to return Ukrainian children kidnapped by Russia. Russia experiences a wave of sabotage attacks on its soil. And the US Secretary of State visits Kazakhstan to drum up support for the West in the region. Tuesday marks the 370th day of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, and 2023 marks 9 years since Russia began its aggression against the country. Since the full-scale war began, the citizens of Izium have experienced terrible tragedy. The investigation of mass graves discovered in that town is coming to an end. Our correspondent Don Arleth has a full report.
We are back at the scene of the mass grave here in Izium, where about 5 months ago, 448 bodies were recovered from here, 22 of which were members of the military. Now, investigators had exhumed all of the bodies during that time back in during the liberation of Izium to identify the bodies. Many of these graves here in the graveyard, the graves were dug in a quick fashion, and many of the bodies were already in a state of decomposition, and many of the graves left unmarked. Therefore, the investigators had to determine the cause of death for all of these people here buried in this mass grave, as well as try to identify the bodies for families to have closure. War crimes investigators were also coming through here, of course, documenting. We know now that 194 men were recovered, 215 women, 22 of which are military members, 5 babies, and 11 unidentified people. They found bodies with their hands tied, missing or amputated limbs, decapitated bodies, some missing their genitals, stab wounds, shrapnel, gunshot wounds, and even hangings. Now, of course, when we were here, we witnessed the state of which some of these bodies were in when they did come out of the ground, and it was very graphic and very disturbing. Now the process of giving these people proper burials is now underway. We can now close the door on this chapter and just wait for the next chapter, which is prosecuting these war crimes. Don Arleth reporting from Izium, TVP World.
Don Arleth in Izium there. The European Commission and Poland have launched a joint initiative concerning the thousands of Ukrainian children abducted to Russia since the start of the war last year. The scale of the tragedy grows with each passing day.
All that's left are toys and photos. Tatiana from Ukraine's Kharkiv region simply wanted her daughter to have a vacation away from the constant shelling and bombardment. This is just one of the cases of children not returning from summer camps organized by Russian invaders. They remain in Russian-controlled territories and are yet to come home.
At the foot of the bus, I kissed and hugged my daughter. I told her to enjoy herself.
The joint initiative of Poland and the European Commission follows reports of more and more Ukrainian children being forcibly displaced to Russia. Now the goal is to find them and bring those responsible to justice.
The aim is indeed to join forces to collect evidence so that the abducted children can be found and those responsible for the crime are brought to justice.
While it is difficult to estimate exactly how many Ukrainian children have been kidnapped since the start of the war, Ukrainian sources estimate the figure to be 16,000 or more.
Russia is now implementing in Ukraine probably the largest instance of state-sponsored kidnapping of children in history of our modern world.
Russia denies having these missing children in its territories. However, chilling reports say that they have been kidnapped in the thousands and placed with new families in Russia.
Adopting children during time of war is also completely against international law. But Russia changed its laws in May to allow these children to be given Russian nationality.
The head of the charity foundation Save Ukraine, Mykola Kuleba, reports that 700,000 Ukrainian children were registered in Russia since the beginning of the war.
Russia is struggling with a wave of sabotage attacks on its soil. Yet another oil depot went up in flames on Monday in Krasnodar, causing all flights over St. Petersburg to be grounded for over an hour. According to unofficial reports, drones were sighted over the airport.
These pictures are becoming more common by the day in Russia. Oil depots have been going up in flames every few weeks ever since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February last year. The latest fire has broken out at an oil depot in Krasnodar on Monday. But it's not just oil depots set ablaze. Military bases are being targeted by Ukrainian drones every now and then. And this is the effect of the latest drone threat. No planes were allowed to take off or land in St. Petersburg for more than an hour on Monday. Officially, this was only a drill. Unofficially, drones were sighted over the airport. Ever since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, there have been more than a dozen instances of fires breaking out all across Russia. Those close to the Ukrainian border and even the one at the Engels military base further into the country have been confirmed as Ukrainian strikes. They are the response of the Ukrainian military, which sends a clear signal. You hit us, we can hit you back. The main difference is Ukrainians are aiming at military and strategic targets, while the Russians destroy entire residential districts with schools and hospitals.
The US supports Kazakhstan's sovereignty and territorial integrity. That's according to Secretary of State Antony Blinken when he spoke in its capital, Astana. The visit is part of a broader tour of Central Asia to shore up support for the West in the region.
Antony Blinken is on a mission to convince Central Asian countries of the benefits of tightening cooperation with the United States. Today, the U.S. Secretary of State paid a visit to the capital of Kazakhstan.
It's important, of course, on a bilateral level to build on the remarkable work that's been done now over more than 30 years to deepen and strengthen our partnership. And I think just in the last couple of years, we've made further important strides in that direction. The relationship is strong.
But the most significant were Secretary Blinken's words about his country's support for Kazakhstan's independence. Moscow has been accusing Astana of being insufficiently loyal since Russia invaded its neighbor Ukraine. Blinken's words did not go unnoticed.
I would like to express our appreciation to the continuous and firm support of the United States of our independence, territorial integrity.
In Astana, Blinken also met with the foreign ministers of all 5 former Soviet republics in Central Asia, which also include Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. These countries have leverage over Moscow, which has turned to their markets to circumvent Western sanctions. This is something the U.S. has been fighting with.
We are watching compliance with sanctions very closely, and we're having an ongoing discussion with a number of countries, including our C5 partners, on the economic spillover effect, because we're very conscious that this Russian aggression has had real consequences, not just for Ukraine.
From Kazakhstan, Blinken will head to Uzbekistan and later India. The two countries have not supported Moscow's war, but have not condemned it either.
Serbia and Kosovo have tacitly approved an EU-brokered deal designed to normalize relations between the two neighbors. Our correspondent, Sasha Farbach, is in Brussels, where the deal was reached, and has more on that.
So it's a big week here, a lot of things going on. One of the first major achievements in the last 24 hours, we have a breakthrough between Serbia and Kosovo that was, of course, mediated by the EU representative for Foreign Affairs, Josep Borrell. And now basically that is a big significant step because now Serbia has stopped short of actually recognizing Kosovo as a nation, but it is going to recognize crucial documentation, so that looks at passports and other vital documents. This is not a done deal yet, as in there will be another meeting coming up in March with, of course, the EU as mediator, but it's a significant step towards normalizing relations between those two nations. And also, of course, is the trip by the head of the largest grouping here, Manfred Weber, who's visited Kiev in the last 24 hours. Of course, that's a huge step, of course, with the Ukraine trying to get into the European Union and the accession status, so vital high-level talks there. And that's that's going to be significant. We'll see what comes out of that. And of course, that trip will keep more in line in what's happening there. And of course, some headaches as well out of Hungary. Prime Minister Viktor Orban, of course, being the only one in Europe who's agreed to the Chinese peace proposal for Ukraine. Of course, this is not something that is flying well here. That's not just in Budapest, but that's across the European capitals. Of course, more headaches out of Budapest. So that's your latest out of the European Union. With your wrap-up, Sasha Farbach for TVP World at the European Parliament.
More on this agreement later with Dr. Rigels Halili from the University of Warsaw's Centre for Eastern European Studies, so stay tuned. But first, more headlines. Washington sets a 30-day deadline for the removal of a popular Chinese social media app from federal devices. Polish television's Philip wows audiences across the globe. Ukraine's possible NATO accession, as well as Finland and Sweden's membership bids, were on the agenda for today's talks in Helsinki, where NATO Secretary-General Stoltenberg met with Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin.
The NATO accession bill began in the Finnish parliament earlier today. MPs want to pass it before the accession protocols submitted by Finland and Sweden are ratified by the last two holdout NATO members. As the MPs debated, NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg met with Finland's Prime Minister Sanna Marin. The two officials discussed Finland's NATO membership bid and Ukraine's future in NATO.
The future of Ukraine is to be part of European Union and also member of NATO. We have taken many steps forward when it comes to military aid to Ukraine, and I'm very glad that we are now cooperating together much more closely.
And we have the right to help support Ukraine in upholding the right of self-defense. Then, of course, NATO also has another task, and that is to prevent escalation, prevent this from becoming a full-fledged war between Russia and NATO.
Sweden and Finland are in the final stages of joining NATO. The only two members that have not yet ratified their accession protocols are Hungary and Turkey. Turkey cancelled talks with the two countries regarding their applications after a Swedish far-right politician burned a copy of the Quran a month ago. However, talks are scheduled to resume.
My colleagues will be attending a meeting scheduled for March 9th. It is a good idea to hold this meeting in Brussels, to let everyone there see that Sweden has not fulfilled its obligations.
Finland has said it is expecting a Hungarian delegation to arrive in Helsinki around the same time to discuss the Nordic nations' pending NATO membership.
The Japanese parliament has just passed its largest budget in history. The plan includes unprecedented hikes in defense spending as the country looks to step away from its traditionally pacifist posture.
This is how Japanese troops train with their allies. Scenes like these are about to become much more common in the years ahead. Japan's budget for this year earmarks over $50 billion for defense spending. This is all part of Japan's plan to shore up its defenses in the face of the threats coming from China and North Korea.
NATO and other nations are ready to allocate sufficient defense spending to maintain their security. Japan will undertake similar efforts.
These efforts include the purchase of several hundred Tomahawk missiles from the United States and over 100 F-35s. Tokyo is playing to its strengths. A maritime power, Japan is looking to invest mostly in missiles, aircraft and ships. These purchases will also help Japan defend against hostile powers, which have vast missile stocks of their own. Japan is not arming itself alone. As its Prime Minister said, it is joining a broader arms race alongside many other nations. Military spending across the globe has skyrocketed in the last 20 years, and the lines in this race are becoming clearer with each passing month.
Although the Windsor framework has yet to be accepted by the UK's Democratic Unionist Party, it has already proven to be an important step in improving trade between Britain and Northern Ireland. The agreement is also a sign that the relationship between the UK and the EU may be on the mend after years of disputes over Brexit. For more on this milestone deal, let's go to our UK correspondent, Claudia Czerwinska.
If you missed the news last night, Britain and the EU reached a deal that they're calling the Windsor Framework. The agreement was welcomed with relief by many in the UK, as it promises to increase standards of living many in Northern Ireland. It also solves a long-standing trade dispute between Northern Ireland, the UK, and the EU.
Northern Ireland is in the unbelievably special position, unique position in the entire world, European continent.
Earlier today, I spoke to Professor Anthony Travers from the London School of Economics, who was in Parliament yesterday as Prime Minister Sunak outlined the details of the deal to MPs. Here's what he had to say about the response to the Windsor Framework.
I think the mood in the UK Parliament overwhelmingly is that the deal that the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has struck with the European Union is a big step forward.
For now, it remains to be seen whether the Democratic Unionist Party will agree to the terms and conditions of the agreement and return to the Northern Ireland Assembly.
I'm neither positive nor negative. I think that we need to take time to look at the deal, what's available, and how does that match our 7 tests.
The Windsor Framework, as important as it is economically, is also a milestone in terms of restoring trust between the UK and the EU.
In terms of the broader European family of countries, rebuilding relationships that matter for more than just trade between the UK and the EU.
Visiting Belfast earlier today, Prime Minister Sunak held a number of meetings with representatives of the local political parties. After heading back to London, he met with Conservative backbenchers in an effort to convince them to support the New Deal. From London for TVP World, Klaudia Czerwińska.
Hong Kong has officially rescinded its coronavirus mask mandate. After almost 3 years of strict masking regime, the city is eager to encourage investors and businesses to return.
The bustling life of one of the world's most important financial hubs will no longer be hampered. As one of the last areas in the world, Hong Kong has finally decided to abolish its mandatory mask policy, the last anti-transmission measure remaining from the pandemic.
In order to give people a very clear message that Hong Kong is resuming normalcy, I think this is the right time to make this decision.
Many in the city now hope that images like these will no longer be a common sight in the city, isolation boxes stretching as far as the eye can see. Hope that the authorities will do away with containment measures that have widely been regarded as far too severe. Hope that better times will soon return.
The removal of the mask mandate might bring us back to what it was like before the pandemic, after all 3 years have already passed, and finally we are recovering.
This latest decision is not the only rollback in recent weeks. Hong Kong has also recently abolished quarantine for international arrivals, much to the delight of both business and households.
We need to stay competitive on the global markets, jobs, get the economy going.
Expectations are high for the city to once more become East Asia's beating financial heart.
Japanese advertising giant Dentsu has been indicted over the alleged rigging of bids for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics events. The corporation has been charged along with 5 other companies after the State Prosecution Service received complaints from Japan's Fair Trade Commission.
The 2020 Summer Olympics in Tokyo can't escape controversy. After they were postponed to 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, multiple allegations of corruption have come to light. The largest art company in Japan, Dentsu, responsible for arranging corporate sponsors for the Games since 1984, has been indicted over rigging bids for Olympic events. Public prosecutors pointed out that only a single company made bids for half of the 26 test events prior to the Olympics, violating Japan's anti-monopoly laws. According to Japanese media, the company's CEO, Hiroshi Igarashi, admitted his involvement in the scandal. The corporation has also issued a public statement.
The company takes this situation seriously and offers its sincere apologies to its business partners, shareholders, and all relevant parties for any inconvenience or concern this may cause.
But an apology is too little too late, as the case is going to court. Other Japanese officials had also been previously accused of bribing Olympic Committee members in order to secure Tokyo's right to hold the Games. These cases are still ongoing.
The White House has ordered government agencies to remove the popular Chinese social media app TikTok from federal systems in the wake of growing data security concerns in the US. While the move will only affect a small fraction of the app's user base, Washington might be aiming to ultimately ban the app altogether.
U.S. government agencies have 30 days to remove TikTok from federal systems after the White House ordered the move, aiming to shore up digital infrastructure security. The European Parliament has also moved to ban the app from staff devices and is the latest EU institution to do so.
The measure aims to protect the Commission against cybersecurity threats and actions which may be exploited for cyber attacks.
The ban has also been echoed by the Canadian government, which has launched an investigation into the platform's collection and disclosure of personal data.
It is better to not have them access TikTok because of the concerns that people have in terms of safety. This may be a first step. It may be the only step we need to take.
Chinese businesses are bound by law to share the data they collect and process with the government in Beijing. This has been fueling concerns about national security. Experts in the Netherlands have listed TikTok alongside apps that harvest data not needed for normal app use, including phone contacts, payment information, or name information, and then store the data indefinitely. Despite all these revelations, China maintains that restrictions imposed by the US, Canada, and EU institutions are a misuse of state power and lay bare Washington's own insecurities.
The United States, the world's number one superpower, is so afraid of a mobile phone application that young people like so much that they completely lack of any self-confidence.
TikTok's parent company has called the bans little more than political theater.
Directed by Polish producer Michał Kwieciński, Polish television's latest cinematic offering, Philip, is already wowing audiences across the globe. Our reporter Katarzyna Nowicka is in Warsaw at the premiere. Kasia, what are the emotions you're seeing among the audience there?
Well, we've been seeing crowds and flocks of film enthusiasts, actors, producers, and special guests coming in for this premiere today in Warsaw. This story is about a Polish Jew who manages to escape the Warsaw Ghetto in 1941 and starts a new life in Frankfurt, in the heart of Nazi Germany. But today, the premiere is taking place in Warsaw. The title character, named Philip, is a cosmopolitan and seducer incapable of deeper feelings. He loses his entire family in Poland, but being in the heart of Nazi Germany, of course, he has to hide his origins and repeatedly evade death. The Polish television production is already stirring up huge emotions across the globe and reeling in fans from across the globe as well. The film was hailed as the biggest discovery at the Gdynia Film Festival, winning the prestigious Silver Lions Award. Sounds like a must-see. The film is having its wide release on the 3rd of March, so it sounds like you better go and see it. Back to the studio.
Thank you for that, Kasia. And now to discuss the in-principle agreement between Serbia and Kosovo, we're joined by Dr. Riggles Halili, Center for Eastern European Studies at the University of Warsaw.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Halili. Welcome to TVP World. Thank you for taking the time. So, the agreement on the face of it, Doctor, seems pretty positive. Both of the countries have agreed to no violence, recognize each other's documentation, and so on. But Serbia still refuses to recognize Kosovo as an independent state. Is this a real formula for peace?
I think it's a formula that opens the path for further dialogue. It will bring to peace eventually. Let's hope for that. But for the time being, it just facilitates the two parts that were embarked in a huge deadlock for about 2 years to renegotiate, to open the dialogue, to start talking to each other. It was made very clear by the EU representatives, both Borrell and Lajčák, that this is not about the final recognition of Kosovo from Serbia, but it's about starting to talk with each other, getting out of the deadlock, facilitating coming to terms with the reality, and then helping the life of the people on the ground. Because, of course, politics is one side of the medal, but there is also the other side of the medal, which is important also, the everyday life, everyday standards, how people who live in Kosovo, both Albanians and Serbs, are affected by what is happening on the political level. And that was precisely the aim of this agreement, to let the political level somehow help the everyday life.
That's fair enough. But, there have been tensions between the two countries for years now. The devil's in the detail, isn't it, Doctor? Implementation of the agreement. What are the challenges that they face?
Well, the challenge is to actually start talking and start believing, start having some level of faith towards each other. That is the starting point. There is going to be a commission, a joint commission. It is planned by the EU, and it will be directed by EU representatives, but with members both from Kosovo and Serbia, that will facilitate and also supervise the implementation of this document. Mind you, the document has not been signed. It has been only discussed. It's despite what is being told in the media. This is not a document that was imposed by EU, but it was discussed for about 4 or 5 months. A sort of a ping pong between governments, EU, the EU Commission. It was this silent diplomacy, as we call it. It was not made on the flesh in front of the flesh of the media. But of course, there are difficulties. Opposition parties, both in Serbia and in Kosovo, have criticized both President Vučić and Premier Kurti. They are going to face a lot of opposition because, this is what oppositions do. Politicians from the opposition, they criticize. It is their job actually to criticize. The point is that all of us in the Balkans, we have to take into account one thing. We have a choice, either to go for a war and confrontation and fulfill what is being said about the Balkans, or choose another path. And I think both Vučić and Kurti, I think they are aware about the choice they are being faced with.
Right. Well, I should imagine there is another sticking point which we haven't touched on yet, and that is Serbia requiring Serb majority municipalities in Kosovo to be supported by Serbia. And of course, Kosovo is resisting that because of fear of Serbian enclaves forming in Kosovo. How do you think that might be resolved?
There is a danger that this thing might happen. The example of Bosnia is quite enlightening in that respect, and we have to keep that in mind before proposing anything like this. Of course, the former government that was in Kosovo in 2013, which the former party that was in power at that time and now is in the opposition, they accepted the idea of Zajednica, the association. Now they reject it. The present politician party that is in power in Kosovo, Vedvendosje, rejected then and is rejecting also now. A sort of a compromise would be to take into account also the interests of the Albanian minority in Serbia. So it would be a sort of an equal share of both these minorities, because in numbers they are very similar towards each other. But whereas in Kosovo the Serbian minority definitely enjoys a lot of freedoms. We cannot say the same about the Albanian minority in Serbia.
No.
There is a proposal that the Kosovo government I think it's elaborating, and they are going to go forward with it. However, it's a long road of negotiations, and also we need a sort of a goodwill from both sides to get to a point that really there is going to be a deal.
Right.
It's a long road. I can assure you about that.
Well, we look forward to watching that,
hopefully,
that journey and hopefully coming to a peaceful resolution. Dr. Halili, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much for your invitation. All the best.
Bye-bye. And that's all from us here on TVP World. Thank you for joining us, but stay tuned. Lots more coming up as always. Good night for now.
эмоций. Больше ничего не можу сказати. Золота дитина була у нас, золота. Нічого я не можу сказати більше, вибачте.
Самое печальное то, что, торгуя живыми цветами, хочется их продавать по хорошему поводу и по праздничным мероприятиям, но чаще всего приходится доставать черную ленту и оформлять похоронные букеты. И, к сожалению, для наших военных все.
Он всегда мне говорил еще в 2014 году, что Леха, если бы не мы, то они бы уже давно забрали все. И вот как раз началась война, и я эти слова не раз вспоминал, не раз. Все хорошо, я всех вас люблю.
Hello, I'm David Kennedy, and welcome to Business Arena. This is the show where we take a fresh perspective on the global economy. Now, let's take a look at our headlines. US-China trade balloon burst. And sanctions include abducted children study. Now it's time to take a look at our key storyboard, and China is very much on our mind tonight. They have just released the latest census figures there. The Chinese population has shrunk for the first time after decades of growth. Around 1.412 billion people lived in China at the end of 2022, which is down 1 million from the year before. Now, the average annual growth rate of the population was therefore down 0.1%. And even 2 years ago, China's working age population was more than 40 million less than in 2010. Now, the fall in population will impact on GDP growth, but will also have a positive effect on food security. Staying with China and Asia in general, the Chinese population growth has now reversed, but there's a higher expectation of Chinese consumers, and they have driven electricity demand. And Asia as a whole, by 2025, will consume half the electricity in the world. That's according to the International Energy Agency, and it's up from a quarter of global electricity use at the turn of the century. So that's a big difference. CO2 emissions in China are expected to begin falling soon because of their massive investment in green energy. But the rest of Europe rest of Asia will continue to use more electricity as their populations continue to increase. Now, I'm staying with China, but looking at telecoms, the retreat from Russia by global companies such as Apple and Samsung, who were appalled at the country's invasion of Ukraine, has been exploited by Chinese brands. And these companies including Samsung and Apple, they've seen their combined market share drop from 53% to just 2%, while Chinese brands have mopped up there in what is generally a poor year for sales overall. Now I'm staying with Russia here, and again a similar picture is seen in the car market. Chinese car makers Chery and Great Wall Motor have jumped into the top 10 of passenger car vehicle brands. That's according to an S&P Global Mobility study there. While other global brands have slipped significantly. Now, staying with China, the country became the workshop of the world over the past 30 years, and its biggest customer, the US, was glad to outsource production there as long as Uncle Sam maintained the technological lead. Now, advances in China's tech industry and the growth of its geopolitical ambitions led the two countries onto a collision course. Here's our report.
Relations between the US and China have deteriorated even further after the January spy balloon incident, which resulted in both countries imposing further sanctions.
In the past 4 years, if we were to look at since President Trump started the trade war, starting from trade competition to investment to technology, so those very much have contained the relationship, the differences in the relationship within the economic realm. But this time, we see clearly a direct show of force in the strategic and the military realm.
Trading restrictions aimed at uprooting unhealthy trade practices led to tariffs of some $300 billion on Chinese products. Beijing retaliated with roughly $100 billion worth of tariffs on US commodities. More than 5 years later, US restrictions have evolved. First, they targeted the export of high-tech chips, and now they are focusing on military equipment. But 2022 trade figures between the two countries paint a different picture. Last year, bilateral trade between the US and China reached an all-time high of $690 billion. Chinese exports to the US made up for the lion's share, but close to $140 billion of goods shipped from the US, consisting mostly of agricultural products, was the highest ever recorded. Decade-high inflation amid a global economic crisis had a significant influence on the numbers. Last year, the US posted record imports with 90 countries, but the figures remain high even despite the US ban on tech. However, amid rising geopolitical risks, firms are becoming wary of investing in China, which will have a knock-on effect on trade. A recent report by the Boston Consulting Group estimated that through 2031, bilateral trade between the US and China is expected to shrink by some 10%, which is equivalent to $63 billion. While US firms are not deciding to leave the country altogether, they are exploring other markets for parallel investment. Vietnam has become a popular destination, with bilateral trade expanding threefold over the past decade, some 90% of which were US imports.
And to look at some of those points made in the report, I'm joined by Jack Herndon, who is the Programme Manager at the International Republican Institute here in Poland. Yeah. Thanks very much. Now, first question has to be
going to be a very large determining factor in terms of what the future of the world order is going to be what side of the line that Europe falls on. So I'm here not only to just watch China and the United States, but also to monitor the policy developments in Europe.
Regarding China and which side Europe will take, I suppose, in what is becoming, we call it a trade war for short, but is that the relationship, bearing in mind this is the biggest supplier in the world with the biggest customer in the world? Yeah.
So I think that it's a little bit incorrect to kind of characterize what is going on now as a trade war. That was very much how I would characterize the policies adopted by the Trump administration, which were very focused on closing the trade gap and reducing the deficit. Those policies that were implemented by the administration have remained in place. They are being reviewed by the current administration. They were due to expire in 2021. Both sides actually chose to keep those in place, perhaps to use later on as areas of potential leverage or bargaining power. Really right now, the Biden administration has really zeroed in on more of the high-tech competition, and so that's why you've seen the economic measures more focused at trying to reshore supply chains of semiconductors back to the United States or to other democratic countries. So there's just a real shift of focus and priorities away from simply the more mercantilist ideas of closing the trade gap and more towards future competition over the higher domains of technology.
Now, in the name of your organization is obviously the word Republican, and there are quite a lot of Republicans in your institute, but you're not necessarily partisan.
Correct, yeah.
But sometimes is China trying to get between the parties as regards trade?
First, on the nature of our organization, it's a nonpartisan organization. It receives its funding from the Congress through bipartisan support. There are Republican board members. However, I would say that the Institute is actually predominantly Democratic in terms of its makeup of workers. I think it's about a 60-40, 70-30 spread, so it's actually a very bipartisan place to be working. In terms of trying to come between the Democrats and Republicans, there's actually very little daylight, I'd say, right now between Republicans and Democrats on China, especially in the lead up to the elections that are really top of mind. Where neither side can afford to look weak when it comes to China. So we're likely, if anything, to see a U.S. government or a Biden administration that's able to make fewer and fewer concessions to China and perhaps fewer and fewer opportunities to enter into negotiations with his Chinese counterparts.
Right, but let's face it, the US likes to outsource stuff. It makes a lot of mobile phones there, and not just. And it also likes to buy a lot of stuff from China, doesn't it? So how do you keep that going at the same time as, keeping China, shall we say, away from the interesting stuff, the top tech?
So the kind of older school of thought was that you could not prevent technology leakage, that the outsourcing of production techniques would always go to cheaper places because they're driven by business incentives to increase their margins. So the American strategy at that point in time was simply to run faster, to develop more, innovate more, and by that to stay competitive. I'd say that with the recent developments on export controls on semiconductor technology, it's no longer simply been to run faster. Now it's to run as fast as.
Best firms doing pretty well in there, and what do we see? We see that China has gone in and just grabbed massive market share.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously made possible by a vacuum of competitors. China is able to produce cell phones cheaply and efficiently. It's able to produce vehicles at very large scales. Obviously, it's outcompeting anything that's domestically Russian. So yes, that's very much true that China has been a primary benefactor of the sanctions that have been applied against Russia and from the withdrawal of Western businesses. In terms of, but I think that these are fairly not cheap products. These are very mature technologies. They're older technologies. We're not talking about the cutting edge technologies anymore. The type of semiconductors that go into phones are not going to be the same ones that go into AI supercomputers, and they're not going to be the ones that contribute to the development of quantum computing. So
they're getting there, though, aren't they?
Well, I mean, so there's a debate in terms of what the effect of the sanctions have been. Hypothetically, they should kneecap their development at 10 years behind. There's other people that would say that they're only 3 to 5 years behind. Regardless, they are behind and they're not there. They don't have access to the extreme ultraviolet lithography technology that only only one company in the world actually has.
Now, on that note of not wanting to be left behind, to be where other countries want to be, countries like Poland need to get their 5G completely rolled out. Now, we are pretty dependent on Huawei because that's where that was basically what Poland based its 4G on. Yeah. Now, as the US-China kind of standoff goes, where do you expect Europe to go? And I know that's a huge, big question, and you've spent 3 years studying it.
Well, there's a lot of reluctance. I think that the way that Europe goes is very dependent on the direction of Germany. Once it's perceived that Germany is out to fend for itself, other countries will also try to maximize their profits as well, or their advantages as well. If Germany chooses to take a different position, something that is more collective, that might actually harm its immediate economic interests, but be in the future perhaps better for European security, then other European countries would more likely be on board. Right now, we're getting very mixed signals from Berlin in terms of what the direction of Germany would be. Huawei is still an issue. Huawei is not a settled issue in Germany. As far as Poland goes, Poland did agree to a Trump-era sort of idea of a blue dot network. They did sort of promise that they would not adopt. There is not an official legal exclusion of Huawei from the 5G rollout. However, there is definitely political signaling to say that they would do something like that. And you're right, the 4G cell towers are all pretty saturated with Huawei technology. It's pretty much unavoidable while you're here. However, still, the future of 5G in Poland is going to be predicated on the cybersecurity law, and that'll kind of make it a little bit more clear to bidders such as Ericsson and Nokia or other telecom companies what technology they're able to use. But right now, it's still very much up in the air.
I get the feeling that you look into that quite closely, I can imagine. But we need to maybe discuss that in greater detail because it's a very interesting subject. But meanwhile, Jack Herndon from the International Republican Institute, thanks very much for joining us on Business Arena. First time?
First time on Business.
Russian media outlets are reporting that an unknown drone has been downed near a Gazprom installation outside Moscow. The facility is located some 500 kilometers from the Russia-Ukraine border. At this rate, Putin will soon have to scrap any upcoming public appearances as the drones appear to be venturing deeper and deeper into Russia. Surovikin, however, takes his duties very seriously and will surely throw himself in the way of any incoming aircraft or catch it using a pokeball or whatever, really. But he is going to act heroically. We're quite sure of that. Anyway, Russian President Vladimir Putin continues reshuffling the upper echelons of his military command structure as the campaign in Ukraine continues to stagnate. The Moscow Times points out that the overall commander of Russian forces in Ukraine has been replaced at least 5 times since the start of the invasion. Following a series of strikes on Russian rear areas, including the city of Mariupol, which is part of Ukraine, it's not Russian, but which Moscow's troops have managed to capture last spring, and they still hold on to it, hopefully not for long, Russian Defense Ministry has decided to reorganize command over air defense elements. Citing 2 sources close to the ministry, the Russian news agency TASS has said that military air defense has been withdrawn from the control of Russian ground forces and reassigned to the command of aerospace forces. From here on out, providing air defense cover for combat units will be overseen by General Sergei Surovikin, chief of the Russian aerospace forces, who was also overall commander of Russian forces in Ukraine until last October when he was replaced. And we all remember that story, don't we? The 56-year-old Surovikin also led Russian forces in Syria and was named Hero of the Russian Federation for his efforts there. Human rights watchdogs believe that in Syria, Surovikin was responsible for ordering chemical weapon attacks against Syrian civilians and indiscriminate bombings of the city of Aleppo. The independent Russian news website Meduza wrote that his own troops called Surovikin General Armageddon. Charming, indeed. Now, unfortunately for Moscow, his mission in Russia ended not with a bang, but with a whimper. Under Surovikin, Russian forces launched a concerted strike campaign targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure and withdrew from Kherson, allowing Kiev's troops to retake the only regional capital that Moscow managed to capture since the beginning of the invasion. Today, even the Kremlin's chief mouthpiece has to dig deep to try and explain the actual aims of the Russian invasion and the strategy that drove it.
Сам их развивает. При том, что Запад вот все время вкидывает эти нарративы, а теперь говорят, России не удалось. Чего не удалось? За год военных действий мы освободили территорию, равную 4 территории Крыма. За год военных действий на территорию Российской Федерации переехало больше людей, чем в любую страну Западной Европы. Под 4 миллиона. Мы освободили, если посмотреть, кто сейчас проживает на своей территории, 7-8 человек.
Moved to Russia. I do remember Steven Seagal. Perhaps a couple of other fans of the Russian propaganda might have done that, but millions? I don't think so. Anyway, in the biblical legend, God promised Abraham that he would spare Sodom and Gomorrah if he found just one righteous man in the 2 cities. Russia had one righteous man among its people, but he stood so tall above the rest of his compatriots that the powers that be decided to cut him down. He was assassinated by unknown perpetrators in Moscow. The recent anniversary of his death is a good opportunity to revisit the legacy of the man, as modern Russia unfortunately has not produced a comparable figure yet. This interview is from 2014, the year Russia annexed Crimea and seized control over parts of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions.
Почему воюет, кстати, тоже более-менее понятно. Первое. Все действия, которые он совершает, как внутри страны, так и за пределами, направлены для реализации главнейшей цели его. Это удержание власти любой ценой. Теперь уже пожизненное удержание, потому что он совершил преступление, отправив туда регулярные части. А второе, надо понимать, что он мстит Украине за антикриминальную революцию, которая там случилась. И он мстит украинцам для того, чтобы доказать русским, что такой способ свержения проворовавшегося, опостылевшего диктатора, или даже не диктатора, неважно, просто надоевшего коррупционера, абсолютно неприемлем. Еще одна причина, почему он воюет с Украиной, состоит в том, что он видит огромную угрозу в европейском выборе Украины. Это угроза путинизма, угроза его власти, потому что европейский выбор – это демократия, это прямые выборы, это сменяемость власти, это торжество закона и так далее и тому подобное. Это все противоречит вектору на единоличную власть, на полицейщину, на бесправие, произвол и коррупцию. Поэтому успех Украины на европейском пути – это, конечно, катастрофа для Путина, и это шанс для свободной России, собственно, повторить этот самый украинский путь. Хочет создать марионеточное государство, которое он называет Новороссией. Вот сейчас пока плацдарм занят, это Луганск и Донецк. Дальше вторая задача – это попытаться прорваться, собственно, к Крыму. Для этого, собственно, они готовятся к штурму Мариуполя, и они Новоазов как раз захватили на днях. Кроме того, им еще нужно Херсон и Запорожье, там, я думаю, будут большие проблемы. Никакие санкции войну остановить не могут.
А вот Ходорковский заговорил о забастовке.
А вот народ, вышедший на улицу, может остановить войну.
А выход из тупика Путину можете предложить? Времени, правда, мало.
Выход из тупика Путину предложить очень просто. Вывести все войска, сесть с Порошенко за стол переговоров и договориться о мире, сотрудничестве и партнерстве. Вот, собственно, какой выход из тупика. Я за то, чтобы прекратить воевать с соседями, я за то, чтобы заключить мир с Украиной, перестать угрожать Казахстану, не трогать даже Лукашенко, чтобы вокруг нас был мир и покой, чтобы мы занимались школами, больницами, дорогами, пенсионерами, чтобы мы занимались наукой, культурой и образованием. Я за это.
And these words still ring true today. It's a genuine tragedy that Russia has no one to take up the mantle of Boris Nemtsov. Dmitry Muratov barely fits the profile, as does Alexei Navalny, who seems content with only reforming the Russian Empire, not allowing it to collapse. For a little bit of contrast to Boris Nemtsov, let's listen to somebody you might already know and probably loathe, namely Margarita Simonian. Some call her the queen of Russian propaganda, but that's way too tame. Think of the most unpleasant female villain you've ever known, then multiply it. Which one, you may ask? Maleficent? No, not in the childhood. Please. How about Nurse Ratched from One Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest? That's more like it. Anyway, let's have a look.
Мы остановимся, когда мы защитим тех людей, которые считают себя нашими, и обеспечим им возможность жить так, как они хотят вместе с нами. Вот там мы остановимся.
А где пройдет эта граница добра и зла, покажет наша армия.
К чему нам готовиться, я не знаю. Я не начальник Генштаба. Не знаю. Я вам говорю, чего бы я хотела, и что я считаю правильным. Что мы должны остановиться там, где нам рады. Где это? Сложно сказать, но можно догадаться.
In an interview with the Polish daily Rzeczpospolita, Aleksander Azarov, activist and leader of the Belarusian anti-government organization BIPOL, accused Lukashenko of selling the country out to Putin. Asked about the partisans that claim to have blown up the Russian A-50 aircraft outside Minsk, Azarov called them members of Plan Peremoha, which is Belarusian for victory. He also told the Polish daily that the persons responsible for the strike have already left the country and are now in a secure location. The British Defence Ministry says that losing the A-50 airborne early warning platform would leave Moscow with as few as 6 of the aircraft in service, severely limiting Russia's operational capacity. In its daily intelligence update, the ministry also wrote that on the 19th of January, amateur spotters noted an A-50 early warning plane, codenamed Mainstay by NATO, taking off from the airbase outside Minsk and escorted by 2 MiG-31Ks. On the 26th of February, the anti-government organization BIPOL, whose ranks are made up of former state security and law enforcement officers and exiled opposition figures, have reported that the Russian A-50 Mainstay AWACS aircraft has been severely damaged in a drone strike targeting the airbase in Machulishchi. And since the A-50 is crucial for air defense operations, the eternal question what air defense doing may soon become much more relevant than ever before. And on that note, we end this episode. Please stay with us here on TVP World.
Hello, I'm Maciej Mikos and you're watching World News. The chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has visited Ukraine today. He has met with the country's president and visited some of the places in the Kiev region to see the damage caused by the Russian invasion. The prosecutor has acknowledged that many war crimes took place there.
I think 4 or 6 children were badly injured when a missile hit this apartment block, and we need to find out what pattern, if any, is demonstrated by that, because these are not isolated occurrences. There seems to be a lot of damage in Ukraine, and it may well be that it's part of a policy or part of a plan, and we need to get to the bottom of it and see whether or not there's criminal responsibility. And if there is, we have an international criminal court that has jurisdiction to look into it. And of course,
Bakhmut has seen some of the most intense fighting since the start of Russian invasion over a year ago. It has become the symbol of Ukrainian resilience, but also of the immense losses Russian command is willing to take.
Since the full-scale invasion last year, few clashes between Russians and the Ukrainian defenders were as fierce as this one. Often referred to as the meat grinder, due to the massive casualties on both sides, Russian and Ukrainian forces have fought tooth and nail for the past 6 months for control of Bakhmut. While the Russians were unable to make any significant progress, the latest reports from Ukrainian officials suggest a breakthrough might be coming sooner rather than later.
I am constantly in touch with our commanders. Special attention is paid to the situation in the east, especially in the Donetsk region. On the Bakhmut front, the situation is constantly becoming more difficult. The enemy is constantly destroying everything that can be used to protect our positions for fortification and defense. Our soldiers defending the area around Bakhmut are true heroes.
While soldiers are taking the brunt of the Russian aggression, the war has become a reality for everyone in Ukraine. Even far from the front line, shelling and air raids occur every day, taking a heavy toll on the mental health of the civilians.
I know by heart all the calibers fired, of one side and the other. We have everything here. Small or large caliber, airplanes, helicopters. I even recognize the sound of the firing of S-300 missiles.
Russians have mobilized all of their manpower to take the industrial town in central Donbass. Artillery, aircraft, ground troops, conscripted and professional. Even the infamous Wagner group, officially not a part of the Russian armed forces, are playing an important role in gradually taking over quarters of rubble.
We are holding on against their infantry. They are not sparing people. The whole area is scattered with their bodies. They are not former inmates with the Wagner mercenary group. It's the regular Russian army. Those are paratroopers. They are still getting
The relentless waves of Russian troops have foreign observers thinking, how much more lives and resources can Moscow spare? The sanctions imposed to stop the Russian war machine merely seem to slow it down. On her surprise visit to Kyiv on Monday, U.S. Secretary of the Treasury Janet Yellen announced a new package of aid to Ukraine worth $1.25 billion. The US has repeatedly declared its dedication to supporting Ukraine in its defense against Russian aggression, however long it takes. But how long would that be is anyone's guess.
Speaking to the press in Helsinki today, Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, said that becoming a member of the alliance is Ukraine's future, but stressed that before that can happen, the alliance must prioritize neutralizing the threat posed by Russia to its neighbors.
The important thing now is to support Ukraine, and then no one can tell exactly when this war ends. But when it ends, we need to ensure that history doesn't repeat itself, that President Putin cannot continue to attack neighbors. And therefore, we need to strengthen the military capabilities of Ukraine, but also look for frameworks that can ensure that President Putin, Russia, doesn't invade Ukraine yet another time. So both NATO allies have agreed that Ukraine will become a member of our alliance, but at the same time, that is a long-term perspective. What is the issue now is to ensure that Ukraine prevail as a sovereign independent nation, and that therefore we need to support Ukraine.
Canada is part of the multinational coalition of countries that have banded together to provide Ukraine's armed forces with modern Western-manufactured Leopard tanks. In addition to the equipment, Canada dispatched instructors to Poland, where the Ukrainian troops will learn how to use the new weapon. That was our report on Ukraine. Moving on now to other parts of the world. A second anti-government demonstration within a span of less than 2 weeks has been organized in the Moldovan capital. The crowds protested the growing living costs, but everything indicates the disturbances are inspired by Moscow, which is trying to knock Moldova off its pro-Western course.
Thousands of pro-Russian protesters appeared on the streets of the Moldovan capital on Tuesday, complaining about energy prices and what they believe is to be the pro-Western government's policy dragging the country into the war in Ukraine. The protests are organized by the so-called People's Movement, which also includes the populist and pro-Russian SOR party, a fringe political faction that holds 6 out of 101 seats in the Moldovan parliament. Moldova has become a target of Kremlin-backed destabilization attempts, something that the government as well as the West are all too well aware of.
There is a real prospect for Moldova to join the West. Russia knows this and is trying to block it, not by military force.
This would not be the first time the Kremlin meddles in the affairs of a Balkan country, seeking closer ties with the West.
But Russia has unleashed, as it tried to do in Montenegro in 2016, an entire hybrid war arsenal against the Republic of Moldova.
This is the second Kremlin-inspired protest organized in the Moldovan capital in less than 2 weeks. Earlier, Moldovan authorities had to ban audience attendance at a football game after intelligence service special operatives trying to carry out a coup might be masquerading as football fans. And on Monday, security services expelled 2 foreigners accused of, quote, seditious activities.
The dictator of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, arrived in Beijing, where he will meet with various Chinese officials. The US believes that the visit of Putin's close ally to China is a sign of Beijing getting more involved in Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
The Belarusian dictator arrived in Beijing on a state visit on Tuesday. He will remain in China until March the 2nd, and during the course of his visit, he will meet with various Chinese officials. The day before Chinese leader Xi Jinping extended the invitation, diplomacy chiefs of China and Belarus discussed mutual relations over the phone.
The Chinese side is willing to work with Belarus to implement the important consensus reached by the 2 heads of state, maintaining high-level exchanges under the strategic guidance of both leaders and deepening mutual political trust.
In September last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko announced an all-weather strategic partnership. China has also criticized international sanctions leveled against the Belarusian dictatorship, implemented as a response to the regime's close support of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On February 22nd, US State Department called the visit of Putin's close ally to China, quote, an example of how Beijing is deepening engagements with Russia over the conflict in Ukraine.
The White House has ordered government agencies to remove the popular Chinese social media app TikTok from federal systems in the wake of growing data security concerns in the US. Well, the move will affect only a small fraction of the app's user base, so Washington may be aiming to ultimately ban the app altogether.
U.S. government agencies have 30 days to remove TikTok from federal systems after the White House ordered the move, aiming to shore up digital infrastructure security. The European Parliament has also moved to ban the app from staff devices and is the latest EU institution to do so.
The measure aims to protect the Commission against cybersecurity threats and actions which may be exploited for cyber attacks.
The ban has also been echoed by the Canadian government, which has launched an investigation into the platform's collection and disclosure of personal data.
It is better to not have them access TikTok because of the concerns that people have in terms of safety. This may be a first step. It may be the only step we need to take.
Chinese businesses are bound by law to share the data they collect and process with the government in Beijing. This has been fueling concerns about national security. Experts in the Netherlands have listed TikTok alongside apps that harvest data not needed for normal app use, including phone contacts, payment information, or name information, and then store the data indefinitely. Despite all these revelations, China maintains that restrictions imposed by the US, Canada, and EU institutions are a misuse of state power and lay bare Washington's own insecurities.
The United States, the world's #1 superpower, is so afraid of a mobile phone application that young people like so much that they completely lack of any self-confidence.
TikTok's parent company has called the bans little more than political theater.
A Polish player has won the FIFA Ferenc Puskás Award for the most beautiful goal. This is the first time the trophy has been given to a player with a disability.
And the winner is Marcin Oleksy.
Marcin Oleksy, Polish amputee football player, won one of the most prestigious awards in football. Not just in the amputee football category, the Ferenc Puskás Award is given for the most beautiful goal in the entire year. After the award ceremony, Oleksy was visibly moved.
To me and to the entire community of amped football, this award is proof that nothing is impossible. Each of us has their own destiny, and mine was to become the face of amped football. My hope is that I have been noticed today by millions of people around the world, and it inspired them to rise up. I have risen up, and we will all fight to the end.
The winning goal was scored during a match of Polish Amp Football League. Oleksy beat nominees like Dimitri Payet and Richarlison to the trophy. Nothing is impossible, and dreams come true. Though it may seem naive, stories like this one help us believe in the power of the indomitable human spirit.
Oleksy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Leopold Tyrman is one of the Polish names that rings a bell around the world. A film with the same title as the author's novel, Philip, has just been released to cinemas. It is an autobiographical story in which a Polish man escapes during the Second World War to the Third Reich. Our reporter Katarzyna Nowicka attended its Warsaw premiere.
Philip tells the story of a Polish Jew who manages to escape the Warsaw Ghetto in 1941 and starts a new life in Frankfurt, the heart of Nazi Germany. Today we're in Warsaw for the premiere of the film. The title character Philip is a cosmopolitan and a seducer incapable of deeper feelings. He lost his entire family in Poland, but being in the heart of Nazi Germany, he hides his Jewish origins and repeatedly evades death. The Polish television production has already been stirring up huge emotions abroad and gathering fans from across the globe. Filip was hailed as the biggest discovery at the Gdynia Film Festival and won the prestigious Silver Lions Award. Sounds like a must-see. The wide release is scheduled for March 3rd and sounds like something you don't want to miss. Back to the studio.
A must-see, definitely. A handful of runners from around the globe came to Algeria to run a marathon through the world's largest desert. They did so in support of Western Saharan refugees.
Running a marathon through a desert is quite a task. But these people did it for a special cause. The main aim of this marathon was to support local children who live in refugee camps.
I love deserts, and I love the Sahrawi cause. It's where they need peace, they need their own country.
Many of the participants came from abroad. The route of the marathon started in a refugee camp and ended in a different one.
I've come here to Western Sahara to run the marathon. It's the first time I've ever done it. Mainly because I wanted to show some solidarity with the Western Saharan people and to show them the world hasn't forgotten them.
It is already the 23rd edition of the run. It came a day after the anniversary of the proclamation of independence of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, a country recognized by only 45 UN members.
After over 5 years of renovations, the second largest mosque in Old Cairo has reopened. The project to restore the 1,000-year-old holy site had cost nearly $3 million. And that's all the news for now. Thank you for watching and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
Hello, I'm Jan Szrewiński. Welcome on board the Eastern Express. As always, I hope you enjoy the journey. The Kremlin has gone above and beyond in an effort to explain its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Russian state propaganda at the outset of the war began with President Vladimir Putin's calls for the denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine. How has the narrative in the Kremlin changed over the past year? Let's take a look at our report to find out more.
Wartime conditions have made the job of journalists working in Ukraine difficult. Many areas are dangerous to work in, others are closed off. Western and independent media outlets ceased their operations in Russia, and a new media law promising tough punishment for insulting the Russian armed forces was introduced at the beginning of the war. These conditions created fertile ground for disinformation. Russian command, for example, has so far claimed to have destroyed more HIMARS systems than were provided to Ukraine. Independent analysts have not confirmed a single loss of the system. Similarly, the losses of the Ukrainian Air Force, according to Moscow, far exceed the number of aircraft Ukraine possessed at the beginning of the war. Despite possessing a negative number of airframes, Ukraine is still somehow capable of launching airstrikes. Russia also claims to have sustained personnel losses, an order of magnitude lower than Kiev estimates. Ukrainian and Russian sources constantly provide conflicting information on the frontline situation. Restrictions placed on Western media mean that there is also no reporting from the Russian-occupied areas. This creates an informational chaos, which Moscow finds useful.
And now, as always, it's time to take a closer look at the issue at hand. course, Russians didn't get behind the early calls for eliminating the so-called Nazi leaders in Ukraine. By the way, Nazis in Ukraine, it's kind of like this monologue in a famous film you might remember. Fugazi, Fugazi, it's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's fairy dust, doesn't exist. And so do the Nazis in Ukraine. There has never been such a thing. Still, Russians believe otherwise. Russia suffered heavy casualties during the course of this drawn-out battle, which had not been planned to last for so many weeks and months. Several members of Russia's Security Council, including former President Dmitry Medvedev, have since framed Moscow's second invasion of Ukraine as a holy struggle against the forces of evil. Nonetheless, Putin had already developed the fundamental Russian narratives for the conflict by 2020-2021. Vladimir Putin argued in a 2020 February interview that the Russian people is split along ethnic rather than national lines. The Russian autocrat justified his claim that Russians and Ukrainians are one and the same by making this argument. He has since reinforced and expanded upon this concept, arguing that the contemporary Ukraine represents an alternative to the Russian political and economic system, the so-called anti-Russia approach, which is completely unacceptable to the Kremlin. Putin quickly outlined his position that Ukraine must either merge with Russia or be destroyed as a threat. Now, an extreme type of long-term anti-Western and anti-NATO animosity that dates back all the way to the 1990s is another significant aspect of Moscow's war narrative. Some Russians feel that the West unfairly took land in Ukraine away from them, as it was once part of Russia. Before the conflict, the denial of Ukraine narrative was widely held among the political and intellectual elites in Russia. It is difficult to tell how well this notion will go over in Russian society, but it does show that the Kremlin's thinking is actually following a certain pattern. It's working in a certain way, and the Russian government is portraying the conflict with Ukraine as a people's war, which might be what's required to keep the authoritarian system in Moscow from toppling. And now to discuss the issue in greater detail, we have invited our special guest today, Pekka Kallio-Niemi, expert in the field of social media and disinformation. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Hello, nice to be here.
So let us begin with the Kremlin narratives and how they changed throughout this 1 year of the war. Can you outline perhaps the main themes that came and went as the Kremlin was adjusting to the reality of the war?
So yeah, I mean, the basic narratives are still the same, very much the same. So they revolve around the aggressive NATO expansion, multipolar world, meaning that the United States is, in their eyes, losing power, and also so this kind of focus on the nationalists in Ukraine, and also they are still bringing up those silly biolabs every now and then. So basically the big ideas are still the same. They try to build new stuff around this, but I guess the basic message is still that they are